Ever since, yeah, it did that double top and then it broke down through the VWAP. We've really just been following the 9 EMA lower every time we tag that 9 EMA on the 2-minute chart. There's just a major rejection. So on a daily, what have we got? Do we have any levels on the daily? Let's see here. This could be an area where it could find some support. If not, we're probably, I mean, 188, maybe 190 interim. If we keep selling, we've got a S3 level at 191.63.
Watching
So
AMD
let's
just
see, how is it
trundles.
going? Yeah,
Sorry, AMD is
AMD's just
moving sideways right above Friday's close. Like it's just
yeah,
decided to hang out here.
yeah, it's not going anywhere. Again, Nvidia is sort of indicative of the way the market is right now. It really hasn't. It's just really chopping in a range. It's almost like just algo trading. It's just
Right.
trading between 184 and 183, 182 and a half. So pretty narrow range on that. Tesla's kind of making its way back up. Maybe it's put in a higher low here now. We've got some orders on Tesla building to the upside, so possibly it could go retest the VWAP at 492. So how is everyone else's day in YouTube? Do you guys any trades you want to mention? Because there was definitely a lot of opportunities for trading today.
Okay. DJT. What is DJT doing? Not
Nice, you
that
took the
much.
IONQ trade. Awesome, that's great.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah,
Stock
good one.
pigeon. Stock pigeon's just pecking away there at things.
You took Meta. Nice, nice. Meta was yeah. Someone else mentioned that in our trading room,
Mm.
the chat room.
Meta.
They
Yeah,
had
Meta
taken Meta short.
looks very much like PLTR today.
Yeah,
Like the pattern is
that was the other.
very similar.
Now that I mentioned, I remember there was one other one that put in a double top there that made me think of you. Apart from
Mm.
PLTR, someone in the chat room mentioned they had shorted Meta, and I looked at it. I thought, oh, there's another trade Peter could have taken.
There you go.
Yeah, Meta's flirting with Friday's low as well here. Here goes, yeah, Tesla's making its way back up here, making its way back up to the VWAP. The VWAP and R4 are pretty close together here, so if you did take that long, I'd be looking for a move up a little bit more and then maybe a rejection. We get to through 491, 491.30. It's where there's some big bids. 49130 just happens to be R4. So if you're looking at your Camarilla pivots, that's why they've put their order there. Yeah, Meta's heading to PDC right now. R4 is a Camarilla pivot. It is it's a setting on and they're based on prior levels. So a lot of the charting software will have Camarilla pivots, pivot levels as an option if you want to display them on your chart. So what I've got on my charts for trading is I've got prior days high, low, and close. Those are important levels. Obviously, I've got the VWAP. I've got the 9 and the 20 EMA, and R3, R4, and R6 Camarilla pivots, S3, S4, S6. There we go. We got through. We went through that 9130, 49130. We're at the VWAP. Nice call out. Here you go. If you took that long. It definitely reversal. Yeah, it's the one thing that I did note on the on this Tesla chart when it was starting to pull back again on that higher low. I did note that that it was trading above the 9 and the 20 EMA, and so it seemed like it was starting to. It's always a good indicator to me for a trend, and the trend was starting to head back up. So let's see here, 492. Now we'll get maybe get a bit of a pullback here on Tesla. Traded Rigetti, nice trade.
Rigetti had a good move higher
this morning. Yeah, any of the quantum stocks. A couple of people in our room traded Qubits, QBTS. QS was another one. IONQ, Rigetti. I mean, they were all setting up really nicely on the daily charts for a bounce back. Okay, PLTR is coming back up. Again, PLTR, an example of a stock that might be starting a trend change. We've finally broken above the 9 EMA, and it's starting to slope up now. Right now, we're rejecting at the 20. So could
see, we got Thor
trade on. Have we got Thor?
Thor's out there waiting in the wings. You know, Thor, I was looking at you, looking all slim and trim there in the camera, and you made me think. I was at a Christmas party this weekend with a good friend of mine, and he's a pastor, and he told us his great story about his congregation. He said, you know, you gotta love the little old ladies. The little old lady comes up to him this weekend and said, Pastor, you have you lost some weight? And of course, he's feeling all proud of himself. He's like, yeah, I sort of lost some weight, feeling all trim. And she goes, yeah, I noticed. You look like shit. you need to put some meat on your bones. You really look gaunt, you know, like you really look like crap. And he's like, here he was feeling all good of himself, and then the little old lady turned it right around on him. You look like crap, man. And I thought,
oh no.
I think it's only doable if you live in a warm climate like I do, because, you know, a little cushion doesn't hurt when it's, you know, snowing like 10 feet, you know, like up where you're at. But down here we don't need all of the extra. But yeah, that's actually sounds like something my grandmother would actually indeed say.
There you
Actually,
go.
she would like, "Oh my God, you look horrible," and you're like, "I can run a 10K. I'm in the best shape of my life, and you look horrible." Oh, thanks, Grandma. Appreciate you.
Yeah, yeah. No filters as you get older. That's
Those,
typically what happens. So
those those old people can be brutally honest. They just don't care.
they they
So
certainly
rude.
can. Yeah, they've got no more
So
F's
there
to
you go.
give. They're
Yeah.
Anyways, all right.
All right,
Well,
guys.
it's
I'm gonna
11.
I'm
We'll hand it
dropping.
over to Thor.
So
Yep.
yeah, hope everyone had a good day. Thor, hope you had a great weekend. Catch everyone later.
But I want to say you're looking great, Thor. Anyways,
Why,
I
thank
just.
you. Why, thank you,
You
good
know.
sir.
All
It,
right.
ta
See
it
you,
takes a
him.
good-looking gentleman to recognize a good-looking gentleman.
There you
So,
go.
so yes,
Very
of
kind.
course.
All right. Have a good one, everybody. Trade smart. Remember, it is a week of Fridays here, so
A week of
be cautious.
Fridays. That is my favorite thing, like that I've
There you
heard,
go.
like ever, actually, like
There
that
you
this
go.
week is a week of Fridays. I really think that is so true. And look at the ES's price action right now, or the SPY's price action right now, and you will absolutely say, "Man, does it look like we're trading on a weekend right now? Let me get my share up." And I think we'll just wish it was a weekend. I think at the way this is looking.
All right, how's everyone doing? I am in an NVIDIA long right now. I just think I'm gonna get stopped out. Then I'll call it a day. I had one stop out, possibly a second stop out. Let's see. Yeah, this is not gonna go. This should have not pulled back more than. Let's see. I'll give it till here. Hey Alex, where's Bars? Man, I had such a great SPY short. Oh, sure. I literally shorted here and I held all the way and then I got out here. So annoying. I didn't expect this. This was easy to see, but let's see what happens with Nvidia. I'm expecting we get the reason I'm bullish on Nvidia, by the way, is simple swing high, PDC, hit the 61, hit the 50, and I took that long, got stopped out, initiated a position as we closed over the 89, added more for break of this consolidation, and now we're falling back into this consolidation, but expect it to hold moving averages. If it does, then I'm hoping to get at least 186. But let's see what happens. The thing is, I'm short, and here's the confusion. I'm short biased by, doesn't look short though, but I'm playing longs, so that's like, counterintuitive. But I got a Tesla trade in the morning, one stop out. This was the stop out, and then I switched over to TSLL. And this is, and the thing with TSLL is, I now actually understand why Andrew likes it so much, because you can really take size, and it took size, and then scaled out here, and then stopped out on the rest of it. Entry. And that's about it. So overall, not a great day. Had a couple of stop outs, but I had better size on this. So I'm still green for the day, but nothing significant. Oh, Nvidia losing it, and now it will probably be break even for the day. It should hold here. Yeah. Yeah, that is why I was short biased.
Yeah, I was short biased on Nvidia too. So
No, I was short biased the market. I was just long biased everything else. But yeah, now it looks like it was a false breakout.
okay, so happy Monday, guys. I had a pretty good day. I traded Apple, I traded Tesla, and I traded Nvidia.
Why isn't it stopping me out? Of course, we're a penny below.
You're long Nvidia?
Yeah, I was hoping this to hold, and if this holds, it's literally a penny below it, so I'm possibly gonna get stopped out right now. If this holds, then the market is breaking out. Sorry, first, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
He has a landline. Another one, just like Peter. Another guy who has a landline at home. But how was everyone's day, guys? How was the weekend? I had a pretty good weekend. This is such an amazing time of the year. You have a landline too, Gary?
No, that's the intercom for with the
Oh,
tournament.
okay.
Yeah.
At least you're not as old as Peter. Peter has a landline.
I know Peter has a landline. That's amazing.
Oh, what's amazing? There's nothing
Just
amazing
a
about it.
landline in itself.
It's like the
and-
old bros who have like landlines.
I know, just the fact that you have a landline in today's world, really means like you want to hold on to that landline, cherish something old. I doubt he even uses it. I'll be
Oh
surprised.
yeah, he does. He does use it.
No,
And,
man.
I
Who uses a
was-
landline
I-
to it?
I think I was even like talking to him, and he even shared his number. And I called him. I was like, "Do you really have a landline,
And he
bro?"
picked up?
Oh yeah, we were in the chat room, and he did pick up. Yeah. And I was like,
Dude, we should prank call Peter at like night.
"Oh yeah, that's what I told him. Like I'm gonna prank call him all the time." And he said like he's gonna block me. Yeah, Louis, you remember that, right?
Pays his bill with a check. Shouts it.
Let me actually call him right now. Let's see. Hold on. Now I'm like, because he isn't in the chat room for sure, else he would be replying right now.
Oh, just stop me out so I can move on with my life in India.
Where is his landline number? Oh, he deleted that message in Telegram. He deleted the number message. Peter. Ah, man, I don't have his number now. Oops.
This might work. This might work.
Anyways, so let's talk about trading, guys. Let's talk about the trades that I did. I traded Apple. Apple was actually one and done for me, but I still traded a few other stickers. Apple at the open, very, very good setup that I was looking for. The reason I was looking for on a short bias on Apple, because that was the only ticker that was actually red on the day at the open. Everything was green. But and who was mentioning it? I think somebody had it in watch list. I did not have it in my watch list, but when I saw it, I was like, okay, yeah, this is
Amen. I think Amen.
yeah, Amen. Amen had that in a watch list. And then Brian mentioned that that's the only ticket that's red. So that's what caught my attention. And that's why I replaced the what do you call I had Warner Brothers or something in my watch list. So I replaced that with this one, and 274 was the level that I was interested in. 274, this area, uh, which every single time it bounces there, it gets rejected. 273, 77, 274. So I'm like, okay, if it comes back and pulls back to around 273, 77 or 274, I'm going to take a shot. I'm proven guilty when it comes above the 274. Another advantage for me on a 30-minute was this 200 moving average, which was actually trending down and which was exactly at 274. So multiple checks in my favor, even before the market opened, for me to short the 274. And that's exactly what happened. I was hoping that it gives me a pullback. It did drop at the open and the pre-market, like 270, 230, and then very nicely gave me a pullback to 270, 377. And that's the area I was interested to short. And as you can see, that area from 273.60, I did not cover anything until it dropped the low of the day, which was close to a dollar move, 272.80, and then 272.40. Sorry, yeah, 272.40, and then it sold off. And now, just like what I like to do is add the pullbacks. So when it this was the point there where it opened, and this was the point where it also created an opening range. And I love when I start seeing sellers at the breakout areas, which is a simple rule of price action. That is, when a support breaks, it becomes a resistance. So when it is a resistance, these are the areas that I would like to short. And as you can see, 272 was the area that it was holding. So I did get out most of my position around 272, but my final exit was 271.60, which was close to a 2-point move on Apple. So that was a very clean trade that worked out for me on Apple. Then I traded Tesla, and I took one trade on Tesla. I did not trade Tesla at the open, and it during the time where Andrew was trading, but when it did not sell off, and it was trying to hold, trying to consolidate very nicely here, and it did trap a lot of people who got stopped out right here, but it came back up and held this area. And I was looking for 495, because 495 was the area that it kept rejecting. I was waiting for 495 level to close. So as soon as it closed above 495, I'm like, okay, let me go.
Paras, I gotta go. I'll be back probably in another 15-20 minutes. Okay.
Hey, no worries. Take care. Time. So I went long at 495, and then very quickly it broke out for the high of the day, and then I started exiting at about 497. It went to 498.50. I was looking for 500, never came back, went to 500 and stopped me out at break even. So that was another trade on that was one trade on Tesla. So still profitable trade, but I was looking to scale out much heavier on above 500, but it never gave 500 today. So that was on Tesla. And then another thing was on Nvidia. Nvidia made me struggle a little bit. At the open, I was wanting to short 184. 184 was an important level for me. And as you can see, it is from a daily standpoint. So if you look at it, 184 on a daily, it's a very important level. So the only thing that I wanted to do today was short the 184. And 184, you see this 184, very important area of resistance and support. Very important area of 184 of important resistance and support. And the stock was actually hitting the 184 at the open. And I wanted to short the 184 at this point, but I've hesitated a little bit, got lagged out, and I've shorted around 183.80 area. And then I got filled at 183.50 area. So that was like a 30-cent slippage for me at the open. So I was like, holy crap, like what do I do now? So I just immediately got out with a very small profit. But if I had been at 183.80 on my entry, I would have scaled out to 182.40. Like this was a $2 drop very nicely. But just because I got a bad entry, I do not like holding it. And then I tried a couple more times. So I tried to short here for another low of the day, and then second time here, another low of the day. But both of the times I got stopped out. The third time I tried It did drop, but no continuation and stopped out at break even. And today it seems like now after this, when it doesn't do that, after like 2 or 3 tries, this is an indication that the stock is gonna be choppy, and I am not gonna touch it. So that is what Nvidia is looking right now as well. It did go to 184 again, very good area to short again at 184, and 183.50 is the area where it's holding again. So again, it's gonna be choppy, and I do not want to be a part of the choppiness. So that is it. That is on my trading today. Still a very profitable day. Apple and Tesla were profitable. Meta seems like Meta is very similar to what Meta is 670. Meta is very similar to what PLTR did. Yeah, PLTR also like did, and now it's like selling off. Meta is doing that too. So nothing really on Meta. Meta is yeah, I wouldn't long it and I wouldn't short it either. No, there's nothing that I could do, because longing it, like it's close to the PDC on a daily, it looks like my the character of a stock. It could bounce from 659, bounce to 661 or 615, 660 around these areas, and then sell off. Or maybe it can bounce to 663 area right here and then sell off. But my mindset would be a bounce, but my like what do you call risk reward, or it's not in my favor on my risk reward, because I don't know if it's going to pop to 660, 661, 663, and it can sell off continuously. And then I do not want to short it either, because it's too extended. It's sold off already from 672 to 659. So yeah, I wouldn't touch this stock. And the move is done. The meat of the move is done from long at the open and then short at the open. And then maybe it bounces to 662 area and then just be in this chop area. Yeah. So no, I wouldn't touch it. It's from a risk reward standpoint, it's not in your favor. Like where is the meat of the move? Meat of the move is already happened. From the top side, from 661 to 673, $12 pop, and then sell off from 673 to 660. Yeah, no worries, Safat. Who is Paresh? RBH? Are you referring to me, Paris? Okay, so RBH, let's look at my layout. So my layout is usually this. Let me look. So my layout is usually this. So I have a 1 minute chart, I have a 5 minute chart, I have a time and sales window, and this is the time and sales window. This is the level 2 window. I have the 30-minute chart. And that's what my layout looks like. So I have like 6 screens, but 4 screens are the major ones, where I have 2 tickers on each screen. In this screen that you're seeing right now, you only see 1 ticker, which is Meta, and the others are SPY and Qs. But on the other screens, I have the exact same layout of a 1 minute, 5 minute, 30-minute chart with time and sales and level 2 exactly the way it is. but 2 tickers on the same screen. But I need the 1 minute, I need the 5 minute, I need just 30 minutes for the reference, and I need the time and sales and this thing. Actually, let me show you. Let me disconnect the screen and let me show you how it looks like. Let me do that. Let's. Okay, I think, yeah, this is my screen. Okay, so this is the screen this is what my main screen looks like. These main screens are ones which I execute from. So you'll see the Apple right now, right here, and then I have MU right here. So I have the exact same thing, the time and sales, the level 2, the 1 minute and a 5 minute chart, 30 minute chart, and similarly on the right hand side. And each screen has like a time on the side of the screen so that I'm just aware. So yeah, that's how my screen looks like. What is this? What is this? Okay, so now and just for the sake of explanation, I just bring my chart bigger. But yeah, hope that makes sense, RBH. I have a question, may stupid, but don't worry about the I really don't know how to find out about the sector performance before market open. Sector performance. There are various tools you can use for the sector performance. You can go through the trading terminal. Let us see if we have it in the trading terminal. Sector performance. I'm trying to see if trading terminal has it. Let's see. First of all, in the heat map, you can see there are different sectors right here. In the heat map, you can always look at what are the sectors are performing on that particular day. But if you're looking for like a weekly performance on those sectors, you'll see this on this area. What I personally use to understand, like when I'm doing my weekly reviews, I personally use the tool called Finviz. And let me bring up Finviz. This is Finviz, which basically what you can do is you can go to groups, and then you look at the performance based on the sector, like which performance, like for example, technology sector, how did they perform in 1 year performance, 1 week, and you can always change the you can review it in different ways, performance, bar chart, spectrum, whatever you want to, like however you're comfortable seeing it. So this is a pretty easy way to do it, and you can look into different sectors, and then of course you have maps as in you find it in Trading Terminal. What did I do on the upper right of the trading homepage? I'm trying to see if what does it say? Oh, what are you laughing about, Duane? Upper right of the, oh yeah, oh my god, why did I not see this? Yes, so you see this? Yeah, see, I thought it existed. So yeah, this is exactly what we are talking about. So if you look at it, sector performance, like today for 1 week, 1 month, so yeah, Trading Terminal has this. Yeah, it had to have this, like heat map and sector performance. This is exactly how it is. And no worries, man. I'm thinking of scanners. What is scanners doing? Okay, so Tesla still have a big order at this thing. So guys, I have a question for everybody in the community. How are you doing? What are you making sure, or how are you reviewing your trades for the year to be ready for 2026? People who have started it, doing it, what are the things that you are working on to review about where you are and get better in the 2026 and be more prepared for 2026? What is something that you usually do? What is something that you plan on doing? What is something that how do you create your goals? How do you create for goals for 2026? Because a lot of times it is difficult as a trader to put some money related goals, put some like dollar related goals, but how do you create your goals for 2020 like in trading? What do you do? Okay. I want to know what people do.
What are you speaking about, Paras?
I'm speaking about the goals that be like the things that they work upon to be ready for 2026. What do you guys do? And there was one webinar I remember. I think there was something that I had one. About creating like trading is a business, right? And creating a business plan. There was something that I think Peter did or some like Mike did, I don't remember, but I think it was a very good webinar. I mean, this year, being more patient, waiting. Like again, one of the things that I personally struggle with is that, like for example, and nothing against anybody here, but like psychology and emotional control, right? How do I quantify it? Like, what is way to quantify that I am doing or I'm progressing or being more patient waiting for my setup? Like, how do I quantify that? Like, is there a way that I can quantify, uh, like Jimmy G mentioned about like recording screens and screenshots and journaling my thoughts? Those are like something that comes under my discipline. Okay, I'm going to be disciplined about these things. I'm going to record my screen, I'm going to take a screenshots, and I'm going to journal my thoughts and emotions and mistakes. But what next? Like, what is the outcome? So if the actions, and these are like small actions, like these things of journaling, and these are like small actions, but that leads to what is the outcome for it? And if there is a way to document that, uh, that would be like, let's look at it. Like, let's look at, it's an year end review, it's an year end, like this is just an example that I want to bring up. This is, everybody understands the SWOT analysis: strength, weakness, opportunities, threats. And And this is one of those back in the time when I don't know when was this, but these were the strengths and the weaknesses and the opportunities and the threats uh, that I did for myself. And everybody has their own strengths and weaknesses and whatever they are focused on. So for me, uh, I was good at quick decision making. I'm still good at technical analysis. I'm good at cutting down or taking losses. I'm good with tape reading. I'm good with the volume price analysis. I have access to the real time like news flow. I do have access to the internet platform. These are all my strengths in the world of in my business of day trading. What are my weaknesses? My weaknesses are impulsiveness. I tend to overtrade. I tend to revenge trade. I am impatient. Position sizing. Position sizing is something that I tend to, I tend to go big on things that sometimes it hits me on the uh, and then sometimes I literally just look at my PNL and just start or end my day. So these are all my weaknesses. Now, what are the opportunities that I think that I can capitalize on and I can get better? Like intraday trend trading using price action, or using tape and analysis for the big picture swing trades, back testing. What are the there are things that I can do back test and create some playbooks on option strategies. So those are some things that are opportunities that I can think of on doing it and getting better in the game of or in the business of day trading. And what are certain threats? Like there are certain impulsiveness which leads to the no setup trades, not having a defined exit strategy, and having an initial whatever you think that those are the threats in trading. That nowadays, like it could be an AI that could be a threat, or maybe a multiple fake outs that could be a threat. So you write all of these things that are your strengths, are your weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and focus on two areas or create those two areas. Let's look at this. Focus on this area, which is the strength, to take immediate action on your trading. Create certain rules around it, or create those trade only those playbooks which are your strengths, right? And you, for strengths and threats, you can very quickly take actions. Opportunities is where it is gonna take some time, where you learn and improve. So opportunities, you're gonna think about the actions that you're gonna perform to improve on a longer term. These are not something that you can immediately take actions on. You can write small tasks to achieve those opportunities, but you cannot immediately start implementing them. And then weaknesses, threats are something that can be actionable, which is you can actually say, okay, these are the rules that I or these are the things that I'm completely avoiding. You just completely cut it out of your trading. This is something that you can take actions on. Same with strengths, you can take action that these are the things that I'm going to do more. These are the things that I'm going to focus more, because you always want to play on your strengths. One of the things that people struggle with is they focus more on their weaknesses, but they don't realize that they want to play their strengths first, and then eventually think about weaknesses or opportunities. So that's one thing that I highly recommend that people do, for because you have the reason it's it's an year, right? It just gives you a break. It's maybe you can always start from December, you can always start from November, but it just gives you a break to think, okay, this 2026 year. And it's also a regular norm of looking at the data for 2026, and then you file taxes of 2026 to 2025, and then that gives you an opportunity to stop and think, what did you do right, what did you do wrong for the year, and uh, take actions. What do you want to continue doing in 2026? What do you want to completely avoid doing in 2026? Or what are the things that I can actually work upon in 2026 to get better? Like even that 1% rule that James Clear mentions in his book, Atomic Habits, that 1%, like 1% of getting better just adds up exponentially. So yeah, just food for thought. And just not talk about like it's very difficult to quantize things when things are emotional, but it doesn't mean they're not possible. The only way is you just have to find a way. How do I quantify patience? How do I quantify uh, uh, certain emotional aspects that the people were mentioning in the chat? And if you can find a way, you will be able to much easier analyze yourself. In the past, I would be struggling with uh, what do you call over trading, and I would be going into a Hulk mode, right? And one of the things is uh, I have a habit of doing one thing that I want to focus on for at least 2 weeks. 2 weeks is like one goal that I set up for myself, that this is something that I want to focus on for these 2 weeks. Irrespective I do anything wrong on the other things, but that one goal should not change. For example, not going on Hulk mode was uh, a reason for was a action point for me in those 2 weeks. And now how do I quantify it? For first of all, how do you quantify a Hulk mode? Hulk mode is when you start going big size with no setup. And when that happens, when you are in that psychological impact, or when you have that psychological issue where you are not able to stop yourself, and you want to make back your money, and then you go big, and then you go heavy, and then you dig a deeper hole for yourself, and then you keep going it until you just can't handle it. And that's what it goes into a Hulk mode. And that was one of the very common issue that I used to face, is to just go, when I'm down on certain things, I would go much bigger size and go Hulk, and dig a deeper hole for myself. And how do I, and this is one quantification number. So the Hulk mode is a psychological issue, but how do you quantify it? Quantify is that you set up a goal for yourself. Okay, I want to fix on the goal. What are the characteristics of my Hulk mode? Is that I start going bigger size, I start going bigger volume, I start randomly taking trades, and I keep doing it over and over again. And it is also, it might combine with the revenge trading, but my root cause was going Hulk mode, because I couldn't stop myself. And Hulk is like you're going bigger, right? Like revenge trading is like you're going with over and over again. You think it's a trade, it's a setup, and then you keep taking those trades. But there's a differentiation. Hulk mode is where you start going bigger when you're wrong, right? When you start going without any reason for you to go bigger, right? And that's what the characteristic of a Hulk mode is. Now for the next 2 weeks, irrespective of whatever I did on the wrong side, I cannot go wrong on the Hulk mode. That is my goal for that 2 weeks. That is the thing that I did traded impatiently. Maybe I traded something, but my goal for those 2 weeks, I cannot move away from that goal, is that I cannot go Hulk mode on those 2 weeks. And the idea is that it's not about just 2 weeks, it's about creating a habit of not going on a Hulk mode. And then once you are forcefully doing it, and maybe 2 weeks is the number, if you still continue to extend it for 1 more week or 2 more weeks, you can keep doing it until and unless you're confident enough that you have overcome this goal. So once you are, but that should be your focus area. Every single day when you review your trades, the question is, was it on a Hulk mode? Was it on this thing? If that is a Hulk mode, then again you restart it, cut down your size further, and then do for another 2 weeks. You cannot have a single day of Hulk mode when you're focusing on a goal of a Hulk mode. And that's just an example, and there would be different goals for anything. There could be a goals for position sizing, it could be goals for things, depending on which areas you're struggling with and which areas that you want to get better on. But that's an example to always think about quantification, on how do I quantify even the emotional aspect of it, and how do I tally it that I actually achieved that. What is the emotion, what are the characteristic, how does it turn out in the real time, and focus on taking actions to cut that down if that's impacting you. And that's a small rule for thumb on how do you do it. Yeah, the consequences as a Southern Cal trader is that I cut down my size, I reset another way of going Hulk mode, like another 2 weeks of Hulk mode, of validation, and then I another cut down my size, because cutting down the size, guys, it hurts, because it you are so habituated to trading at with certain dollar value or certain things, that if you cut down the size on the trading, it hurts you a lot. That because when you're it's a human psychology, right? When you're habituated to traveling on a business class, you cannot go to the economy class. When you're habituated to living in a big house, it's very difficult to go on a smaller house. And that's the human psychology. It's when you're habituated to trading with 1,000 shares and 2,000 shares, you do not want to go back to 500 shares, but it hurts. And that thing motivates you to continue performing, and that thinking of going back and cutting down size just restricts you, that not taking these actions which are actually good for you, and then you continue to develop a habit overall. It's a great motivator than pleasure.
It seems like Nvidia might actually go, holding it forever.
Yeah, and if you look at all your past trades, guys, like most of them 99% of it, it's usually it's usually the 1 or 2 days. If you just remove those losses of those 1 or 2 days, you'll turn out to be profitable. 60 to 70% of the time people are making money. It is those 1 2 days, or 4 or 5 days, if you just cut down those losses of the month, you would turn out to be very profitable. It is only on those days where you just blow up. So yeah, so that's uh, let's remove this. Yeah, Sam, I think that's correct. Like that's how you should do it. Like if you're create some rules and make sure that it makes sense to you. Wow. Yeah. Every quantum name. Any news on the quantum sector? RGTI is rallying. It's up 15%.
Damn.
So Shri, what's your average loss and what is your max loss? Let us say the average loss is $100. What's your max loss? Is it 1.5 times, 2 times, or 1 time of your average win? And what's your daily average? So your daily average is 1.5 hour. So you're keeping as 2 times of your daily average um, on this. And are you and what's your approximate win rate on the days? Yeah. So I think the math is against you. Uh, and I personally think there has to be, you have to find something. It might not be, there has to, if Hulk mode is not an issue where you're not going with bigger volume and bigger size to make money, then it's the question about the right setup or the right playbook. And are you over trading? Maybe it could not be a psychological issue at all. It could just be a technical issue. And things doesn't have to be always psychological all the time. Sometimes people are very good with psychology, but they're technically not efficient. They're not trading the setup which has a high win rate or which has a high probability of winning on any or a high risk reward. So you always question yourself, look at your past data, and see what is. It could be a technical. I am more tending towards that it could be more technical in nature. So look at the playbook that is uh, giving you a good risk reward, at least 1:3 with a win rate of approximately 50%, at least. So if you do not have a playbook or do not have a setup that is giving you that, rework on your playbook and setup. I think that might be the root cause. So root cause doesn't have to be psychological. Root cause could be very technical too. But thinking about it, unless and until you see it, unless and until you analyze it, and you would not know.
50% win rate feels high? No, Jax, 50% is not a high win rate. Look, the fact that you enter a trade, long or short, you have a 50% shot right there for the price to move either with you or against you. Just by the very virtue that price can only go higher or lower than your current entry, I say your base case is 50%. It should not be lower than 50%, generally. 50% is not a high win rate. I would say 75 is a high win rate. 50% is a very doable win rate. A very, very doable. In fact, I would say most of the traders who are green hit that 50% mark.
See, the math will be against you if you are focusing for a 1:2 or a 1:3 risk reward, and your win rate is less than 50%. Or maybe if you are going with 1:2, you'll still be okay with 1:50%, and sorry 1:3, and then it'll be okay with 40%. If your average risk reward is 1:3, but the math is completely against you. The If you cannot achieve that unless you are making like a 1:10 risk reward or 1:8 risk reward, and then your win rate would be like 10%, 20%, that makes sense. But you have to compromise on certain things. You have to work on the setup that is giving you very high risk reward, or you have to work on a setup that is a high win rate. One of the things have to be higher to achieve profitability, and to be for a math to be in your favor. But an average people who trade as a day trading, some swing traders who are looking for 1:10, 1:8 risk reward, but day traders are usually between potential are they're always looking for 1:5. Any like when I'm getting into a trade, my question should be, is it a setup that is at least giving me 1:5? It might give me overall, like taking partials and stuff like that, it would give me 1:3, 1:4 risk reward. But I have to take a trade which is at least gonna give me 1:5. And sometimes it gives me more because you add and then you scale out and then you add more and then you scale out and then you overall ended up making 1:7 to 1:10 risk reward. But you always have to get into a trade which has at least a potential of 1:5 risk reward, and then get an average of 1:3, 1:4 with a win rate of between 45 to 55%. And the math will be in your favor. You do it over and over again, you'll make money.
One point one, 50%. Yeah, that's true. I mean, look at the casino, right? If you play roulette, their odds is what, 52%, and roughly make just on black or red and make what, 10, 12 cents on average. But then, it's rigged towards the casino. So kind of what John is saying is possible, only if it's a rigged game. But yeah, personally, ideally you don't want to take a trade which has a hit rate below 50%, in my opinion. Ideally, I do it, but then I would also like size down, and the only reason I would do it is if the stock goes in my direction, then I can add, make it a bigger size, and move to risk free. And if it works, it works. Then I have a kind of a B setup going to an A setup, and by the time it's an A setup, it's risk-free. And that's the only time I would go for a below 50% hit rate, but with a smaller size, so I can increase my size and increase the hit rate if that opportunity happens, and be relatively risk-free.
So Michael, if you partial RVR 1 to 5, it will become about, it depends on how much you partial. Like for example, today in Apple right here, let's look at this. In Apple, I'm shorting 273.60, and my stop loss was above 273.80, 85, so 25 cents, and my first partial was close to 272.80, which is close to 1:3 risk reward, or 1:3.5 risk reward. So my risk of 25 cents, and I'm risking close to 1:3 risk reward. My first partial, I'm scaling out, so it's a minimum. I'm getting a 1:3 risk reward, a minimum, because my first exit is after my 1:3 risk reward, right? And then I'm adding more, and then I'm scaling out. So it depends on how much you partial. Same with, like, if you look at Tesla, right? On Tesla today, if you look at the thing, I'm going long at 495. I'm risking $1 if it pulls back on the thing, but my exit is at 497. So I am actually making close to, my first exit is 1:1.5 or 2 risk reward. So the minimum I'm getting is 1:1.5 or 1:2 risk reward. And then when you start scaling out above that, and it goes from 1:3, then 1:4, 1:5, and then you keep making more money, and then and the risk reward keeps increasing. But you always have to, and that's why it's always said that you should not partial too early, because like if you are risking $1 and you start partialing at 0.5 pop, then the risk reward is definitely not going to be in your favor. So you always have to have that in your head, that okay, I'm risking this much, my first exit should be around this much to start the risk reward to be in my favor, or the math to be in my favor. So it's always about risk reward. Like for example, on Nvidia, right here, I'm shorting the 183.52 area. I'm not risking like literally 10 cents over here. So I start scaling out early too, because I'm shorting at 183.50. My scale out is 183.20. So even that 25-30 cents drop is a 1:3 risk reward for me. And you always want to question in terms of risk reward. I personally like scaling out after it at least hits 1:2, because for my math to be in my favor and things to be in my favor, I like to have at least 1:2 risk reward before I start scaling out on my position, which is sometimes too aggressive too, because my stops are really tight. I don't give a lot of room for the stock to, because I play with my strengths. I'm good with tape reading, and I'm good with timing my entries. And once I'm good at it, I try to play around with it. Sometimes I get stopped out. Sometimes when it works really nice for me. So it's all about playing with the strengths and keeping the risk reward and math in your favor. And once you do that over time, you would be your just PNL will just keep increasing. Okay, guys, I think it's top of the hour. Let's wrap it up. Have a great uh, rest of the day, guys. And yeah, thanks, Arif. And see you guys tomorrow. What day is holiday this week? On the 25th, right?
25th, yeah, Thursday, yes.
That's only the 25th, and 26th is going to be a half day or something.
The 24th is the half day, I think.
24th is the half day. Yeah, the Christmas Eve. Okay. Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you, Gary. Take care.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
Tomorrow.
Hey everyone, good afternoon, guys. How are you all doing today? Let me share my screen with you. Hey Jake, hello Joachim. How did you all do today? Was it a good day? I had two stocks on my watch list which were actually good, but unfortunately I did not end up trading Tesla. So Tesla was one of the stocks that I had on my list, and that was actually the play. That was the play for today. And then there was Apple, and I broke my rules on Apple. I played it first time after a fake break, had a tight stop loss, not full position because my main goal on Apple was to wait for it to break 274. Got me stopped out and I lost half an hour. Then I re-entered, but I re-entered with a wider stop loss. I just literally used the low of the pre-market, and I told myself that if it ends up breaking the high of 274, I can just add to my position just to keep at least some better average rather than an entry around 274. And I got stopped out a second time, which is unfortunate. I'm down 1.5 hours today, but no regrets. My plan on Apple was to see a fake break below 273.10 or just a break above 274 and play it up there. That unfortunately did not happen. Tesla was amazing. It did break during the pre-market. That's why I stopped watching it. And I needed to see a retest, which happened within the first minute before the break. So this was actually perfect. I know Andrew quoted, and I know a few of you also jumped into it. So I think this was the play for today. TK, you are trading the SPY these days? What's happening on the SPY? Hey Candy, how are you doing? Let me just put this here. Could you trade PLTR, you saying? Let's see PLTR. Well, yeah, that was not bad actually. I love PLTR. Nice pre-market price action. It was also beautiful on the 60-minute chart. Nice fake break during the pre-market and good squeeze after the market open. You see what you did on it? I'll just download this and open it on my main monitor. Jared, if you're talking about Apple, then yeah, it was just unfortunate in that one, but it's okay. Can't be green every day, right? Have to accept these red days every now and then. Kanji, good entry, honestly. I think you played this one after the retest, right? And then it came back down one more time. Wick you out. Beautiful re-entry on the hammer. One thing though, I would have partial. You did partial. That is beautiful. Yeah, that's actually really good. I love that. I probably would have done just one 60-minute candle play and not a daily candle play. This is the daily chart around here. The daily chart looks choppy, so and it's close to a resistance area. I probably would have just been all out somewhere around the highs around here. I would not have held it for a bigger run. And you could see the 30-minute candle size on all of these days is approximately what we got today. So you had a good selection, but you held on for too long on it. No, it's okay. Your entry was good. Yeah, I don't think you should have entered on the first entry. I just think you should have exited all out on your second entry around the highs rather than just taking a partial. That was beautiful. You didn't like Amazon? I think a lot of stocks looked similar to each other today. Why did I not watch Amazon? The weekly chart on Amazon looks off. It is like literally in the middle of the weekly price action. Daily chart, same thing, really off in the middle of the daily consolidation area below strong moving averages. 60-minute chart looked good, but that was only the 60-minute chart. And it was overstretched during the pre-market, so it was not playable at the open. So no, not today, I think. Please take a look at APLD. Let's see. By the way, guys, I have a webinar tomorrow at Bearable Traders, 1 p.m. Eastern. 2 webinars in 1 month. Didn't have that in a while. Please look at APLD. So APLD, if you are talking about right now and where it's headed, I'm not sure. I can see that we're having a pennant. We keep having lower highs, at the same time higher lows. It is going to break sooner or later to the upside or to the downside. I'm more long biased than short biased pattern wise, so I think it's more likely to break to the upside, but it's not the easiest pattern to trade. Pennants are usually tricky to trade. The daily on Amazon, there is nothing on the daily, to be honest. We're just stuck in the middle. We're just stuck in the middle of this same thing, pennant type of pattern. Lower highs from the top, higher lows from the bottom. It is setting up for a break, either up or down, but I cannot really tell. The daily is ugly. The weekly may be a bit more long biased, but I think I'm over analyzing it. I'm forcing it. But I do believe that today the market is going to squeeze. I mean, maybe within the last few hours before the market open, by 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. at least the Qs and the SPY, I think they are going to end up squeezing. Since the open, we did not do a big move. Average true range wise, we still have like around 50 or 60% of the move that's not done, and that is going to happen. While sometimes when there is nothing that is interesting, we tend to pick the best thing that we have. And I can see that we did break from area around here. And normally, if it is really strong, well, I would expect it to pull back and continue the trend. This thing broke, pulled back, and now it's just chopping around. You see this hammer around here, around the level of support. Probably you have these buyers. There is a hammer around the level of support after we broke, and it's going to continue. That's the exact same thing that we had around here. A green candle like this. If you just take it a few candles back, a green candle around the support after a strong break. And what happened afterwards? Instantly a red. and then a red. And now we're having a green or a hammer, which could repeat this exact same price action. The next candle could end up being a red. We're just chopping around. Good job. I love the fact that your entries were at the bottoms, no chase, and even with the choppy price action, you managed to make some money. That's good. Can you take a look at AREA? What's that? Okay, I don't know. The weekly chart on this one is off. Wait, am I looking at the right one? Is that what you wanted me to look at? I have no idea. I don't think that's what you wanted me to look at. Okay, ADEA. Now that makes sense. That makes more sense. So weekly and daily tell us nothing. This thing just made a huge gap, and after gaps it could do anything. 60-minute chart overbought during the pre-market. I probably would have looked for a pullback after the market opened, some sort of a reversal into the 9 if the 5-minute chart gave us a double top or something like that. Yeah, something like this, nice double top. So probably this wouldn't have been a bad short somewhere around here. Yeah, this was not a bad short somewhere around here with an exit around break even, and that was it. I don't think I would have played a continuation because the 60 is already overbought and I have no idea how far it can go, and I don't think I would have looked for a short since the short idea also has failed. And right now, same thing. I mean, I have no idea where it's going to be headed. It looks bullish. It's breaking with increasing volume. It's going up, but how far will it go? I mentioned this in my how to use the average through range webinar. That indicator gives me statistical edge. It's telling me approximately how far the stock can go, and that's what I use for a target. This one, or on this one, I have no clue, since the ATR is stretched on all the time frames. There is just hoping, playing it to the long side and hoping that it's going to continue going higher without any statistical edge. Can you analyze why today AMD went red? Alright, so same thing. Daily chart is just off. You can see that on the daily chart, AMD has no clear trend. And you can see that based on these candlesticks. You have a green after a red, after a hammer, after a red, after a reverse hammer, after a hammer, a red, a green, a red. I mean, it's totally choppy. So there is literally no clue why it would go, where it's going to go based on the daily chart. Based on the 60-minute chart, it needed the pullback. So the 60 does tell us that it wants to sell off. And that's visible around here. It just keeps making higher lows all since the 19th of December, right, which is Friday. It kept going up without any single pullback. The 60-minute chart needed to go to the downside. What happened? It did break to the upside during the pre-market, probably to create some FOMO for people to jump in to the long side. And that made it even more stretch. We went from 203 all the way to 220, almost 10% of the stock's price without any single pullback. After the fake break, it sold off. So if you were watching AMD, I think that wouldn't have been a bad idea or a bad place to short it. Because we had the range, we had the break. After the break, it recovered into the middle of the range, which means that this here is a fake break. We know that the 60 needs to pull back, and this looks like the beginning of the pullback. Where is it going to be headed after this? I don't know, either just keeps going sideways, either is going to make a new 60-minute candle to the upside. I'm slightly more long biased on it at this stage. But at the open, yes, it needed to sell off based on the 60-minute chart. Kanji, I can see that it did break this range, but overall PLTR is sitting in a choppy area, right? Because overall it's sitting within a rangy area. I don't think that was the best one to play for trend. Even on the weekly chart, you see where it's sitting up, down, up, down. I mean, there is no trend. The move around here to the long side is similar to this one that was followed by a chop, and similar to this one. So I don't see it more of a daily candle play yet. I think after we clear this area 208, just make sure that we're actually trending. I'd be looking at it for a long, or after we make a higher low wave on the daily chart after the break of the consolidation area. That would also be a decent sign to start playing daily moves. You are welcome. Let's take a look at the market overall, the cues, the SPY, and what is happening there. Still just going sideways. I do want to see it clearing this area. I think if the cues manage to go above 620, then 620.75, or maybe the high of the day is going to be realistic. So far there is nothing. OKLO doing the exact same thing as the market, just going sideways. DVLT, I'm not sure about this. Not good price action, like algorithmically traded, just flat dump, flat dump, flat dump, not tradable. SPY is going to break high of the day. Interesting, the SPY is actually trending, the Qs are struggling. Let's go through the whole list, see if we can find something interesting today to trade. By the way, this is a good one to watch for a long right now. It did break the low of the day literally by 1 cent, increasing volume. Let's take a look at the 15-minute chart. Maybe not yet. Maybe wait for the 15-minute candle to close as a reversal candle. Forget about what I said. Yeah, just wait for the 15 to close as a reversal candle. Let's keep going. Harvey, let's see what you did. Harvey, you had a lot of late entries today. That doesn't look like you. Deep chart, Harvey, I think Apple is still weak. Give it 12 minutes or 11 minutes for the 15-minute candle to close. Yeah, Harvey, it looks like you had an entry on Tesla on the third 5-minute candle, which was late. I like your second long after the pullback, which looked better, and you cut it at break even, which is smart. Then you are having another late entry on the 5-minute chart on the third 5-minute candle, and then you are doing that one more time. Yeah, MG looks like it's bottoming. I don't know how far it's going to go, but this could be hit 215, 90-ish or 80-ish. But I don't see a good setup to play. I don't like even MG. Even though it looks like it's going to go to this area, I think it's too late. More than half the move is already done, and if you missed your entry around 11:10, 11:15, then there is no point jumping in around here. And for the current trade I'm in, I saw a bullish engulfing sandwich on the 16. Yeah, so I can see what you saw. You saw that bullish engulfing sandwich, you saw the setup, and you pulled in the trigger into a good setup on the 16-minute chart. But a good setup does not mean that you need to be in a play. It means that you're having a good selection. The execution was not ready. You played the right stock, but at the wrong time. For better timing, use the 5-minute chart and 1-minute chart with a bit more accuracy. But good job still. Your management was good. You did accept the losers. You had technical stop losses, but the risk to reward is just off with these type of entries. Nice selection for sure. Meta looks interesting for a long. Nice break on the 5-minute chart. Nice volume at the low. I think if it retests, we had actually the retest, which was not bad. Yeah, Meta is interesting for a long. Let's take a look at the 30, 60, and 80. I wouldn't say it's A+, but I'd say it's a decent one. It's probably the best thing we have at the moment. Let me see what you have there on PLTR, you saying? Yeah, I agree. It could still do that, Deep Shadow Ari. It's just trapping around, going sideways, so it could go and grab the orders if there are anything, if there is anything down here. Let's see. Alright, let's see. So yeah, you see there is a big order down there at 192.70-ish, which is exactly at the breakout area, 192.70-ish, 4,000 shares. I wouldn't be surprised if it does that liquidity grab and then squeeze. Yeah, if it does that, it could be a good long. Too early to give up on it. And 20Q BTS, let's see. if you are talking about the 920 on the 2-minute chart, then it is not the best. The 920 strategy works the best around 11 o'clock, maybe 11:30. After that, the other time frames get extended and it might have a follow through to the downside. It looks like the 15-minute chart want to pull back maybe to 31.40ish. So let's keep going. Like I said, so far the best thing I could find was Meta. And we'll see Apple as well after 4 minutes. Just give the 15-minute candle to close. Nike is interesting as well. Nice bottoming price action over long term. Probably we have a good 30-minute candle as well. Yes, we do, and we will have it within a few minutes. Like this is a good one, in my opinion, for a long round here. Targeting this area for starters. That's probably the second best thing we have after Meta. So Nike and Meta are looking interesting. Let me just keep them on my second monitor to see what's happening on them. I even like Nike more because Nike is in the beginning of the move, unlike Meta. You caught small scalp, that's good. Yeah, Brandy. PLTR looks like it's bottoming, but it's chopping around. Like Deep Chad Harry said, maybe it's better to wait for liquidity grab on it. Qs don't look good any longer. Not yet, at least. A higher low would be good to see. Let's see if there is anything else that I missed that you can keep an eye on. We'll also see how Apple looks like in a minute. So that is basically it. There is nothing except for Meta and Nike. Let's take a look at Apple. This was also something that caught my attention. Apple on the 15-minute chart closed as a hammer, double bottoming. The hourly chart, okay. The 60 is just, yeah, it's so choppy. The only thing I like about it is probably the double bottom. and maybe the daily chart. Probably not a bad one either, but if I had to pick, it would probably be Nike. Nike is the best out of the three. Nike, then maybe Apple, and then Meta. Nike is probably the best. Give me just 1 second, guys. I need to open the door. 1 minute, I'll be back. Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, it did look long to me a few minutes ago at this stage. The main reason behind that is that small U-turn. I love reversals that are forming with a U-turn. So it's not a V reversal, it's not a double bottom, it's just a drop and a longer term bottoming price action. And these ones, they usually have at least like 25-30% pullback. So this did not look bad enough. We're just going sideways right now. At this stage, you're right, it looks like it wants to go lower, but who knows? Again, even if it breaks to the downside, it might offer a second long after a recovery if it gives a fake break. $11.29.21. That's a long time ago. Let's see that. Yeah, I have that. John, I do have that. That's a horrible print. I mean, just buy one share of everything and put a limit order at 11 millions. Thoughts on short RKLB? Let's see. I don't see it as a short yet. The 30 is what I call parallel. It's making slow uptrend. That's probably because of the 15 or on the 5 year. The 15 is also parallel and the 5 is in a steady uptrend. It might pull back sooner or later because it already has hit its ATR, but it doesn't look like it's ready for a short. Jesse, how are you doing, man? Yeah, I saw you're up around 60% in the last 3 to 4 months, right? Yeah, the weekly did nothing on most of the stocks, but I think we're going to get back in play probably in a week or two. I can see some sort of continuation pattern setting up on the weekly. That would be your market. Let's take a look at it. FSLR had a nice weekly pattern. By the way, FSLR could be interesting tomorrow. I like this one. I just don't know how it's being traded intraday. Let's see. Yeah, intraday this thing just doing nothing most of the time, it's just going sideways. But maybe since we're breaking the weekly pattern today, it could have some good continuation tomorrow. Let me just add FSLR. I'll see it. I'll keep an eye on it tomorrow and we'll see. Nice positions. I like that. Alright, so let's get back to Apple and Meta, see what we have there. Apple still slowly holding, Meta still struggling, and Nike unfortunately dropped. I mean, it's still in, probably did not trigger the stop, just held the bottom, but it is probably going to break down. What does Nike look like around here? Let's see if it loads. I have VPN on. And that kind of slows it down. I mean, we need to switch this to 1. It still has a really big order down here at 57.50ish. It might do something, it might do a liquidity grab before the squeeze. That's also realistic. But so far it's holding. TWLO on the weekly. I like the weekly on this one as well. It is not the type of stock that I would love to be in. Probably I would have loved to be in somewhere down here around $100 after the dump. Yeah, the 24th does not look bad, especially after the retest. I would have loved it within this consolidation as well. Deep Child Harry, are you still watching PLTR? It seems like it wants to do what you wanted to see on it. It's going to grab that liquidity at the bottom and then we'll see what's going to happen. Let's look at Tesla. This big order is bearish more than bullish. It's probably going to break the low of the day. Okay, Meta is still looking good. Same thing on Apple. Nothing yet on Nike. Sorry. I mean, how does Tesla look like? There it is. Is it 10 levels? We need to switch these to 10 probably. It's definitely more bullish, and I can see that. Yeah, it's definitely more bullish. Apple looks good so far. Did anyone jump into Apple, Meta, or Nike? Apple seems to be unfolding nicely. Meta is just stuck sideways. Nike is probably going to break the low of the day. I think it's still going to pull back or reverse. We're sitting around a strong level on the weekly. Not sure about the daily. Meta and Apple still holding. Honestly, nothing much interesting. 3 stocks just to keep an eye on. Meta, Nike, and Apple. If you are already in Tesla, then it's just about management. I don't see any entry on it. I can see it bullish up there, but it's still bearish down here. Anything could happen. It's more neutral with more of a short, of bearish shorter term. This thing just keeps holding the bottom to the penny. Feels like it wants to explode to the downside. JDRX, there are so many small nuances, but in general, you can do whatever Andrew and most of the community here are doing. If you see a lot of liquidity below or a lot of orders, big orders below, then that's a bearish sign. If you see a lot of liquidity above the current current price, then that's a bullish sign. Okay, so Nike just held to the penny, or at least holding so far. Meta is starting to set up for a long. I mean, we had 3 trade ideas. So far, none of them has failed, but none of them actually ended up playing out as much as we want them to do that. Meta looks like it's trying to do something. I mean, is there an amount of R profit you close out for the day? Not really, Jimmy. It depends on my mood, but I'd say most of the time I just call it a day around 4 or 5 hours. I usually get this amount of hours per trade. It's so rare for me to get a winner less than 4 hours. If I make 4 to 5, I just call it a day. Sometimes I do continue trading if I feel like it. Most of the time I'm just done. I would do continue trading if I had a loser though. I would be taking like 2 trades, sometimes 3. If my first trade is a full R loser, I take second trade. If it's a full R loser or half an R, I'd be calling it a day. If one of these 2 trades is a break even and another is less than 1 R loser, I would usually take a third one. I'm trying not to have a red day bigger than 2 hours and keep my winning days more than 4 hours. Yogi, it depends on the stock that you're watching. A stock like Nike, which does not move a lot, you can clearly see it cent by cent. You probably want to have it at 1 level. Stock like PLTR, like AMD, 5 levels look good on it. Stocks like Tesla, probably 10 or more. So what's happening on the Qs? Well, the Qs are looking good. $30-minute chart looks like it's ABCDing. So maybe if we go above 619 or 20. It would make it to the high of the day. You're welcome, Yogi. So honestly, really slow afternoon. None of the callouts that we had failed. Not Nike, not Meta, not Apple, and none of them worked out yet. Just slow afternoon. Anything I missed, guys? Anything you just jumped into or you're watching closely? So this was unfortunately a boring session. There was nothing much to comment. Since I jumped into the microphone until now, Nothing has changed. See, like since 12 where I jumped in until 1 p.m. everything is just stuck sideways. This is probably the type of price action that you need to be grateful about if you managed it well. You don't want to just play long closer to the highs, stop at the lows, long around the highs, stop at the lows on a price action that's going sideways all the day or for a few hours. These are the type of stocks that you want to get in with one single entry, have a wider stop loss, and just hold until it breaks up or down. So if, for example, you played PLTR to the long side, hold until it breaks down or until it breaks up. If it breaks up, you add. If it breaks down, you just get sucked out. And having one single loser is not that bad, right? Same thing with AVGO, but looks more long, yes. It tried to do a reverse ABCD on the 30-minute chart, failed, and now squeezing, right? It's giving us some sort of a double bottom type of pattern on the 30, even though the 15-minute chart is ugly. But looks good for a long somewhere around here, and then an add above 341, targeting 343. So what's happening on the Qs? Qs looking good. Yeah, that looks really good. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to go to the upside. It could be range bounded, but we could have a nice pop-up. I said this when I jumped to the microphone around 12. It looks like everything is just consolidating before a run later during the day. The average true range, for example, on the Qs is around $10. But you could see that since the previous day close, we made only like $3 move. There is still like $6 hidden that it could make. Will it make it? Not necessarily. And in fact, it could just simply break the low of the day and make the whole ATR move to the downside. But there is still room that is hidden that could happen later today. Honestly, I don't know about this one. Looks off. Looks like it's giving you a reverse U reversal pattern to the downside in combination with ugly time frames, ugly intraday time frames. Daily chart so close to the resistance area, which could also mean that it could either sell off today or tomorrow. Even though intraday here it looks like a good long, I don't like the higher time frames. I prefer to stay away from it. That's basically it, guys. I mean, take it slow. It's really slow afternoon, unfortunately. And if you are in any single position, you could see that none of them has failed. There is nothing to rush. Just respect your stop loss and add after the breakout, or if you get sucked out, it will be one loss. Trade smart, guys. I'll be calling it a day around here. If you get any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbultraders.com, trade smart, and I'll talk to you tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern. Don't forget about the webinar tomorrow, also at 1 p.m. Eastern in the BBT webinar room. See you guys.
Hey folks, how's it going? What's up there, High Tide? How's everyone doing today? This feels like a week we shouldn't even have to trade, doesn't it? I feel like I should be on some kind of vacation, but I'm not. Took 2 trades and still in both of them. So you're holding 2 trades for gigantic losses, High Tide? I'm sorry to hear that. It's not a loss if you don't sell. Oh, you're not losing. Okay, I knew. I was just joking. What is that, Dwayne? Is that today? No, that's tomorrow. Aiming webinar tomorrow. Nice. What did I do today? I took 4 trades. I made some money on Tesla, and then I gave it back. First, I lost a little money on Tesla. Then I made some money on Tesla, and I was in the green. Then I gave all my green back, and I'm pretty much at 0 for the day, sitting at break even. Not the worst place to be. I'm just mesmerized by Tesla chopping along 495 here. I think it's going to lose this. Usually when Tesla spends a long time somewhere, it goes for a big dive eventually, but maybe not. It's possible. The bullish theory could be that this is the last building of shares below 500 before they send it to the moon. But is that more likely than it just selling off? Probably more likely to just sell off from here. Let's go ahead and take our SPY trade, actually, folks. Let's go ahead and do that. So we took a trade on Friday. Was I here for this trade? I know Peter and Gary covered for me a couple times last week. I think I was here Friday. Yeah, right? I think so. Anyway, we lost $100 on Friday. So our equity curve is kind of at an all-time low here. So let's see if we can turn this around with a Christmas miracle. So let's put out the poll here. So I'm going to ask you folks if you'd like to take I'm going to ask which direction you'd like to take a fake simulated SPY trade. And we're going to have a $2 target on this SPY trade. And the SPY is currently trading right around 685, which means to the long side we'd be targeting 687, which is way up there, well above today's high. And then to the short side we'd be targeting 683, which is pretty close to the low a day. So those are the 2 options for targets, and a dollar against us stops us out. So don't forget that part. There is a stop on this trade, and it's $1 as opposed to the $2 target. So here comes the poll, and when we get 50 votes in, we will go ahead and execute this fake trade here. And in the meantime, we'll wonder, what the hell could you trade today? What is there to do? Probably a good day to pack it in, to be honest. Tesla you're probably right. If you want to trade something, AQP, probably Tesla is what you should be focusing on. Trade something that's moving and interesting, and will probably play off some levels. You do still have some fun stocks over in the quantum realm. QBTS is up almost 20%. RGTI is up almost 14%. QUBT is up about 12%. All of them have run and pretty much held price. They're all technically below their high a day, but still they're all up there. This could be reversals there. There could be further breakouts on those. 34 votes. 34 votes. Looking for 16 more. They're coming in slow, people. So if you have the means, go ahead and pull up the poll and give me a vote. There come a few more. There we go. And then we're almost there. We go. We're at 40 votes. Thank you, Trader G, for getting us to 40 votes. Who will get us to 45 votes? Eddie Max helping. Roberto's helping. Andraj is helping. Sure Trader is helping. And Tavi Journey is our 45th vote. Need 5 more votes. Why do I have a weird mark on my arm? What the frick is that? I must have scratched myself. What is that? That's disturbing looking. Okay, who else we got? Vladimir, thank you for your vote. Number 46 there. That's very weird. I have these weird red lines on my arm. They almost look like burns. What did I do to myself? And I do have a scratch. I have a legitimate scratch. How strange is that? Anyway, Mohammed, vote 47. It looks like a cat scratched me or something, but I don't think so. No, they're very straight. Like straight red lines, 2 parallel straight lines, and then some crisscross ones, and then an actual scratch. What the hell did I do? That's really weird. That worries me. It kind of hurts. Okay, we're there. Hassam, Luke, Marie, Randall, Steve getting the votes in, and the room wants to go long, so let me pull up a SPY chart here. 100 fake shares. And let's go long. And we're buying a little bit of a dip there, so that's nice. So we're in at 684.97. $63. Wanted to go long on this, the 22nd day of December. Oh, you know what happened on Friday? I'm actually going to delete Friday's trade because I remember what happened now. We put the trade in, but I'm supposed to ask you folks if you want to hold or let it ride at the end of the hour, and I forgot to do that, so I just let it ride. But I feel like it's not a legitimate trade because I never asked the room what they wanted to do. So I'm going to get rid of the vote from the 19th, or not the vote, the trade from the 19th. Let's just delete that one there. That one did not adhere to the rules. Now let me get a stop order in for today's trade. So we're going to have a stop at 683.97 and a target of 687.97. All right. That's in, man. That is a hell of a target up there. That'd be hard to achieve, but you never know. Ben, what's your question? What setup did I trade on Tesla? I tried to take a reversal on Tesla. It didn't work at all. Well, it worked initially, and one could argue I could have moved my stop to break even. I had an okay move on it. Maybe, well, I don't think I think I got at least $1 on it, but what was I in at? I tried high tide, but it didn't work. I don't know, but whatever. I tried to trade. So there was a triple level on Tesla. Honestly, it's a quadruple level if you think about it. Because just above 490, you had yesterday's high, or Friday's high, the pre-market high. The third level was the high from Thursday, and then 490 itself would be a liquidity level you could count on, to be a bunch of shares there. So yeah, I bet on Tesla holding 490, and I took a small amount of shares. I only took 50 shares, so I gave myself a big fat $4 stop, and it still stopped out pretty quickly. So it didn't even work at all. And it only took 6 minutes. 6 minutes, even 35, 40 minutes into the day, to get stopped out in 6 minutes on a $4 stop. So Tesla quite volatile today. The other three trades were kind of essentially high day breaks, although they were a bit low. I wasn't trading off the actual high day, but just a bit below it. And here now is Tesla rolling over a bit, so it's come down to at least 494, which, given what I just said, is not a hell of a move on a day like this for Tesla. It's fallen. Call it $1. It's been bumbling around 495, and now it's down to 494. A little bit lower, almost 493.50 there. So Tesla, here it comes. Let's see if it actually comes down to something like VWAP. That would really constitute a pretty decent reversal here off 495. Having watched Tesla for many months now, with a keen eye on it, especially lately, when it consolidates and it moves sideways, it's seldom going for an additional breakout. It usually seems to roll over. I say usually. I don't have any data on that, but that's my feeling. It feels like that's been my observation, that when it goes sideways for a while, it tends to sell off as opposed to break out higher. So that's what we got starting here. 493.50 achieved. It's coming down pretty hard now. And the market's rolling over as well. So, and that's been going on for a while. The SPY's been faltering since 1258. During which time, when that initially started, Tesla tried to fight it, but it seems like that can only last so long. And the SPY's been trailing off since 1258 as well, so the exact same time. So there's a good chance what's happening here as well. It's always hard to tell, but Tesla may be also catching up a bit here with the market sentiment. Let's see what the old Atlas looks like on Tesla today. Oh, it's been popping up somewhere else. Tesla. Well, there's the big story up there, 500. That's the big one. If we spend a good amount of time below 495, I suspect that 495 level will start to build. Right now it's at 15,000 shares. That'll probably start to extend and become bigger than like the 496 and 497. That would be my guess, but let's see what it does. That might take a while. And this may not be an exciting week, folks. We'll see how it plays out. I don't know. What we might expect some rather boring trading this week. It seems like this day is starting off that way. I did get my new market almanac in the mail. I said I was going to put this under the Christmas tree for myself, but I just went ahead and opened it instead. I'm an adult. Why should I have to wait for Christmas Day to have something that I bought for myself, right? But what it seems like, this is the second time I've bought this market almanac. It's mostly the same language from the one I had before, but they do update the numbers. So that's good. Interestingly, the number for the Santa Claus rally didn't really change much from my old version of this, which is 8 years old. I have the 2017 version before this, and now I have the 2026 version. But it still says the Santa Claus rally is good for an average 1.2% gain since 1969, or 1.3% since 1950. Yeah, it's from Amazon. And to reiterate what we said on Friday, the Santa Claus rally, according to this document, according to a reading from the Stock Traders Almanac 2026, refers to the last 5 days of the year and the first 2 days of January. So I assume that means trading days. It should really specify, because there's a big difference between calendar days and trading days. But the last 5 trading days of 2025 would be, let's see, we'll have the 31st, that'll be a trading day, 30th, 29th, the 26th. Friday is a trading day, right? Short day, I believe. So technically Wednesday begins the 5th to the last day of the year. It looks like a fat book, Ben. Do you mean fat like the original version of fat, or do you mean like PHAT like we used to use back in like the late 90s? Which fat do you mean? You spelled it FAT. It's not very obese for a book. It's pretty thin. But it's got all kinds of information. No, it doesn't have earnings. You meant normal fat, okay. Yeah, it's got all kinds of cool stuff. It's neat. It's fun to read while you sit here waiting for stocks to do something. It's got a market probability chart. Give me a day of the year, Ben, and I'll tell you what the probability. I'll tell you the percent chance of the market rising on any trading day. 30 June 2026. 30 June. That's a good date. The probability of the market rising on that day is 54.9%. There you go. Be a bull. Be a bull on 30 June. Oh wait, that's for the Dow. Dow Jones Industrials Market Probability Calendar. Oh, and then there's a recent calendar. So that's it. That's historically. That would be going back to 1954. But let's check your number. Let's check your number, Ben, for the recent probability, which would be the last 20 years. And the last 20 years, the probability of, oh wait, did I read you the wrong number? I think I read you July, Ben. Nope, 54.9. But in recent history, that probability jumps to 57.1, Ben. You can't lose. Can't lose on 30 June. Just be a bull. Wait for that day. Oh, it's got some charts and graphs. Jeez, why do you guys keep jumping to conclusions about my book? You guys are sitting there. I'm holding the book. You guys don't have shit in your hands, and you keep telling me what the book is. Like it doesn't have charts and graphs. It might have some charts and graphs, Sam. Quit making presumptions about my book. Here's a damn graph. What do you mean show us? What, do you want me to show you every page? You want me to flip through it for you? Here's your chart. Lovely, exactly. All the presumptions in this chat room. Always jump to conclusions. You bet the paper quality is low. It's actually kind of nice, Rick. It's a shiny kind of nice paper. I like it. But what you people should be asking, now that I have this chart here, gee, John, what's the highest probability day in the last 20 years, right? That'd be a good question to ask. I don't see anyone asking that. I see people asking about the quality of the paper and whether it has a chart. Don't worry. I'll look for your answer to the question you did not ask. It's kind of hard. You got to scan it with your eyeballs, but let's see. September 10th. September 10th, there's an 81% chance of a market gain on September 10th in the last 20 years. That's pretty good. Also 81% on July 1st. And what else? Can we beat 81%? 81%. No, I already said September 10th. September 10th and July 1st. Those two stand out to me. The spiral binding is a nice touch, Rick. You're right. Oh, check this out. The probability that that was the Dow I was talking about. The probability that the S&P 500 has a bullish day, or a percent that it's green, I guess, on July 1st over the last 20 years for the S&P 500 is 90.5%. How do you like them apples? I can't wait for July 1st. I don't know about you guys. I'm ready to go big time on July 1st. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, we should all do that here. Hey Siri, set a reminder for June 30th to buy a ton of stocks and swing it into the next day so we get rich. There you go, look at that. Thanks, Siri. Tesla's ticking up here again. Market's ticking up a little bit on one candle. Tesla's been ticking up here for 3 or 4. Here's some more charts, Sam, in case you're worried there aren't more charts. There's some more charts. Oh, you didn't get a screenshot? All right. What else is good to trade here, folks? It looks like my top 12 looks pretty dull. Let's see, what else? AFRM's up a little bit today. You want 500 on Tesla for Christmas? It's very, very probable. I think if we can finish Sharif's today in a decent place, anywhere in the 490s would probably be a pretty good close to make to take a swat at 500. Ben, is that a serious question? If you're excuse me, if you're trading equities, I wouldn't trade the SPY at all. I would look for something ticking up with the SPY that you could make better money on. But I don't know. Looks like the SPY's coming back up into a bunch of traffic. There's been a lot of traffic today between 684.50 and maybe 685. So we're just getting back into that place. It doesn't look like a very interesting place for me to suggest going long. I don't think so. But hey, place your trade, set your stop, set your target, hope for the best. I myself, after my disastrous reversal attempt, must return to trading high day breaks. That's all I got. So I don't think any stocks are near their highs, are they? Nothing. Not even close. Not even close. And you might say Tesla probably has the best chance of doing something like that. I would not trade Tesla, by the way, on a high day break today at all, because the high days up at 498.63, 83, there's going to be so much volatility up there if it gets back up there, and which of course very likely may not, but if it does, it's going to get really weird up there, and it's going to be very hard to control your stop effectively. You could expect using hard stops. I would expect you might see some massive slippage, possibly not even getting filled. You got to be real careful up there. I probably wouldn't touch Tesla on its first attempt to break 500, because I've seen this before. I've seen stocks approach these levels that people have been waiting months or years for, and it gets wild. I remember NVIDIA was like this quite a bit when it was really running and breaking new records all the time and hitting incredible levels of 400 and 500 and 600 and 700, and you'd see just absolutely bonkers behavior at some of these really highly anticipated levels, especially these rounded number ones like this 500 for Tesla. Like, it could drop. You could go for the break of 500 and get slapped in the face with a $5 1 minute candle or something. That's not even remotely impossible. Or when am I saying that correctly? It's very possible. Say it the simple way, John. Ben, how can I give up on a strategy without a statistically significant data? What are you talking about? Are you talking about my reversal? Well, I'm not trying to establish a reversal strategy. If I was, he'd be correct, but I am not collecting a data set on reversal trades. Jimmy, what platform are you on? Oh, well, actually, it's always platform dependent. But let's say you were trading on DOS, your fills will feel a lot faster than they will on Trading Terminal. I've only played around with Trading Terminal Simulator a little bit, but enough to know that the fills are actually slower than what you'd experience in real life. They take a second to fill there. So no, I think you'd experience faster fills live. Amazon, no, that looks pretty far from the high a day. I mean, maybe we can set an alert on it. Will you get less slippage with DOS versus IB? That I have no idea. I've never traded with Interactive Brokers platform. Here's Tesla at an interesting level because this is where it's faded a couple times trying to get higher. So it's hit 495.60 back on at 1240, and it hit 495.58, essentially the same level at 1 o'clock. And it just hit 455.70. Jesus Christ, John. 495.70. Let me start all over again. At 1240, it hit 495.60. At 1300 or 1 o'clock, it hit 495.58. And it just hit 495.70. So we are bumping up on a level here for Tesla that it's been resisting. So we'll see if it can get through here. It's probably really what it is. It's the 495.50 level that's being problematic, but you don't get exact resistance every time. How do you find high day breaks, JD Rex? I have a set watch list of stocks, and it's basically the stocks you see on my screen, or almost all of my trades take place on here. Nearly all my trades are in these 12 stocks. And honestly, most of my trades are in Tesla, Nvidia. Well, let me say the ones I don't trade as much that are on here. Apple would be not a lot of trades. Microsoft would not be a lot. Those two in particular stand out to me as ones I don't often try. Maybe Amazon as well. The rest of them I dip into rather, I don't know, like not frequently is not the right word, but it's very common for me to trade the other ones. But the majority has got to be in Tesla and Nvidia. MU should have been lately, Sam. I should have been paying more attention to MU. I've done a poor job of giving MU the attention it deserves, given how much it's been running lately. That's a my bad. But what we can do, JD Rex, here is if you look, this is my alerts chart or alerts window for today, and there's nothing in it. So what I can do is I can just go to all these stocks. Like OKLO has a high a day of, well, let me do it on another screen. It's just easier for me, but I'll go right along these stocks here. So OKLO has a high a day of 85.60. So I'm going to just put an alert at 85.40 for OKLO. And Microsoft's got a high a day of 488.73. I actually would put an alert below 488 because there's some key levels there. So I'll put an alert at 487.77 on Microsoft. AMD is probably no way it's going up to its high of day, but it has a high of day of 220.17. So we definitely want it below 220 where all those shares are going to build up. So I'll put it at 219.65. And I'm just going to go through my watch list here and just set alerts real quick on the rest of them. I'm not going to call out every level I'm doing, but I am setting the alerts on the rest of those 12 now. Just doing some quick thinking. Where do I want these alerts? The alerts obviously go below the high of day. You don't want them at the high of day, because if they're right at the high of day, then when they go off, you're too late. So you're getting there after it happened. NVIDIA and Tesla. All right, so I just set the 12 alerts. So now if I go to my alerts window, you can see I have 12 alerts here for those top 12 stocks. And now I don't really even need the screen you're looking at, because I can just sit here and take a nap. And as long as I turn the volume of my headphones up high enough, when the alert goes off, it'll tell me the stock is approaching the high of day. And I do have a secondary list, which I could set alerts on as well. Typically, there's just, once you get out of the top 12, there's usually not very good things to trade. So I just I tend not to worry about it. Although I will say today that the what are they called? The quantum stocks deserve some attention. So I'm going to set alerts on the quantum stocks near their highs. That is worthwhile. That's not in my top 12, but that is a hot little sector today. So we'll set some alerts there. And there we go. Now we got my top 12 plus QUBT, RGTI, and QBTS. So now we have 15 alerts. But you could set as many as you want. I don't think there's going to be any fun trading AFRM today, but there's no reason I couldn't set an alert on that, or AI, or APP, ARM, AVGO, Boeing, Baba, Baidu, BMNR, CRCL, CRWD, CRWV, CVNA, DDOG, Dell, HIMS, Hood, Intel, JD, etc. Day trading is as much work as you want to put into it. And I know from experience that most people want to automate their day trading as much as they can, and that's admirable. I understand why people want to take some of the work out of it, but I think you'll find, if you stick with this game, it's a whole, well, yeah, exactly. And no one's found the Holy Grail either, Sam, so there's probably a lesson there. But sometimes you just got to do a bit of the work. I find it interesting sometimes, well, I mean, not sometimes, throughout the year, and, in the boot camp, we work with new traders, and man, new traders, they want to automate things. They want a system. They want some automatic system to do everything for them. And they will spend a ton of time trying to build these things and figure out how to do it. But they do it before they even have a strategy, really. It's like they're putting the cart way ahead of the horse. And I think it's a distraction from the fundamental good trading behavior that you have to establish as a trader. That's way more important than automating some process that takes you 3 mouse clicks otherwise. A lot of times DOS, a lot of times the first time a trader has used DOS is when they come to our boot camp. And DOS is a neat program. It's very fast. It's very configurable, and it costs money. I have to pay $150 a month to use DOS, but it's worth it. But because because it does cost money, and because it's the thing Andrew uses every morning, I think people think just because they're getting access to it for the first time, because we offer it at part of your boot camp subscription or membership or whatever you want to call it, your fee, is a DOS subscription for 3 months, and people think now that they finally have access to this thing that Andrew uses, like here comes the easy money, and it's not that way at all. It's not going to make your life any easier than using Thinkorswim or Trader Workstation or TradingView or anything. It's just a different way to enter your trades and get out of your trades. It's got a couple things that'll help. This, like I said, the speed of execution is helpful, especially depending on how you trade. But the way I trade, it's extremely important because they're very quick, momentum-y trades. So that's nice. But it's not gonna make you a better trader right off the bat. But what tends to happen at the beginning of every boot camp is we spend 2 weeks with the entire boot camp is very excited to be there. Everyone's meeting each other. Everyone's pumped, and it turns into a 2-week. How do I set up my hotkey festival? Which is fine, and we do that. We have several DOS help sessions when we start, and we help people set up their hotkeys and stuff. But there's no magic hotkey for trading. There just isn't. The closest thing to being a magic hotkey for trading is the equalized risk per trade hotkey, which DOS does offer. The one that automatically buys you X amount of shares, such that if those shares go to your designated stop, you will lose a predetermined amount of money. That is nearly a magic hotkey. But it's magic to the downside. It's magic for saving your ass is what it's magic for. It's not magic for making money. It's just magic for protecting yourself from yourself. Oh yeah, and thank you, Jimmy G and Ben. That's nice of you to say. I appreciate that. Amazon's alert just went off, by the way. So we were talking about alerts and how I don't really have to look at this screen, but Amazon has gone off. I had that alert set at, no, so let's check this out. The high day on Amazon's 220.61. I had the alert set around 228.40. It's gone off. Amazon's moving extremely slow, as Amazon does, and I would not take this for a high day break today. Just there's nothing to suggest Amazon's going to bust through its high of day of 228.61 and do something impressive and get a nice momentum pop and allow me to move my stop to break even and all those things I like to do. So I'm not really interested, but I am going to reset the alert just for shits and giggles. So I'm going to put a new alert, but very close to the high of day. I'm going to put the alert at 228.52. Which is just 9 cents away from the high of day. Just so when it goes off, we can go check it out and see. Sometimes I'm pleasantly surprised how wrong I am. Sometimes stocks do break out better than I was expecting. So we'll see. Can I explain my Tesla trade at the open? Yeah, I can try. I did grab a screenshot because I thought people would be like, what the hell did you do today, John? So these were my Tesla trades today. Much like Friday, they're kind of the same thing. Friday, I took some trades very close to each other before the third one worked out, which is exactly what happened on Tesla today. And that doesn't make a new trading rule. That doesn't mean now my new strategy on Tesla is to take 3 trades and the third one will work out. I'm not suggesting that. It's just what happened. But yeah, these are clearly below the high of day. It's up here, but it's the same idea, trying to catch a pivot in momentum to break through. A bit of resistance. And honestly, with Tesla hunting 500 this morning, that was really on my mind. I'm trying to get under somewhere where I can get the run to Tesla to 500. That's really what the plan is here. It's not a typical high day break trade really at all. It's really trying to get under momentum, which is, I'm trying to get a bit of a punch and under momentum or a bit of a volume build so that I can catch the run to 500. And I tried it here. That one stopped out for actually a pretty small loss because I only took 100 shares here, so it wasn't that bad. Buried in here somewhere is another trade in between. It's hard. I'm getting confused by the triangles, but somewhere there's a second trade. That one I lost a bit more because I went up in share size, and I took a little bit more of a loss price wise, but I was double the shares, and then I got in again with the same share size as the second trade, and then I did get the run. So I did get in around 495.50 thereabouts, and we did get a run to 498.50, somewhere up there. So I made some good money. I controlled my losses on the first two trades well, and then I got a nice big profit, which got me started on a good day, but not really toward the kind of money where I'd say I'm done for the day. I definitely wanted to take another shot. And you can't see it here because I don't have the levels on this particular screenshot, but down at 490 again, we had the high from Friday, the high from Thursday, and the pre-market high, and the 490 level here. So when it looked like it might hold 490, I got in for a long on a reversal, which is not my trade book. I don't really have any rules for it. Just having watched Tesla day after day after day after day after day after day after day, I thought that might be a good place where it would try to find some support and renew maybe this enthusiasm to get up toward the upper 490s. So I took a small amount, less than any of these, less than even my initial position here. I just took 50 shares. And I gave myself a $4 stop. And I thought, you know what? I might be wrong, but it'll probably take a while to get stopped out. But it did not. It took me, like I said, 5 or 6 minutes to get stopped out on 50 shares down for a $200 loss. So this loss here pretty much erased everything I gained here, and then I just ended up back at zero. Not what I would call, this is, none of this looks like most of my days, to be honest. It's all a little squirrely trading today. Getting a little too excited about what Tesla could accomplish today. Lesson learned. I was surprised how much Tesla sold off. I'll tell you that much. I'm never surprised to see Tesla sell off, I guess, but to go tease that 500 and then go all the way down to what did it get down to 485 almost? That was a bit surprising. That was more of a pullback than I was expecting on a day like today. And in a similar way, I'm a little surprised to be back at 495. So I don't know what Tesla wants to do today. Tis a mystery. What's that for, Ben? What are we looking at? ATR. Yeah, I don't use ATR for anything, so it's not something I look at. Remember, in day trading, the less things you look at, the less things you have to worry about. It's like when you meet somebody who doesn't follow politics at all, not in any way, shape, or form. They're usually pretty happy people. Like Megan. There you go. I've never heard Megan say anything political. Not once. I don't think so. Have I? Not that I can recall. She keeps it pretty well close to her. Plays those cards close, which is what you should do in life. I don't do a good job of that. Keep them guessing. That's the best thing to do, Megan. That's what I did at my Christmas party yesterday. I had to go to a Christmas party yesterday where I knew it might be a bit of a minefield. And I just shut the fuck up the whole time. I did sit there on a couch wondering, when am I going to take some shit for owning a Tesla, which eventually did happen. I had to explain my car. Of course, no one can leave me alone and just be like, oh, you drove here in a Tesla. Maybe we won't talk about that. But no, we had to have a Tesla discussion. But I got through that okay. I kept that pretty short. Cut him off at the pass on that one. Wasn't engaging. Jimmy G, what indicators do I like to use? So the whole crux of my strategy is really based on, to be honest, it's based on a candle pattern and a volume pattern. So I guess you could count those as indicators. I mean, indicators, we usually tend to like our lines we draw on our screen. But I mean, when I'm looking for what attracts me to a trade, it's a combination of how a stock is approaching its high of day and the volume supporting that move and other factors as well. But those are the two big things. I do have a few levels on my screen, Jimmy G. You can see some of them on the screen here. It's kind of hard to see the colors, but they tend to all look like gray, I think, by the time they transmit to your screens. But there's a dark green dotted line on here. That's yesterday's high. There's a magenta colored line. That's the pre-market high. There's a purple line. That's the pre-market low. And then there's some red lines that are either, they could be one of three things. They can be the high from 2 days ago, the low from 2 days ago, or is that it? Or the low from yesterday. They could all be red. But those are the lines I have on my screen. In addition to the previous day close, which by default shows up in DOS, but I think it's a very key level to have. It's very important. So I have the previous day close as well. But they're all horizontal lines, Jimmy. I don't like things on my screen that are not horizontal levels. To me, those are the best levels. I'm not a big fan of moving averages. I'm not a big fan of VWAP, honestly. It's an interesting level, but it's just you can't include everything. You're gonna have to choose what goes on your screen and what affects your trade. And I think traders tend to have more. Oh, shoot. We got to do our second poll. So here it comes. I'm not going to forget this today. So we are currently down a bit on our SPY trade. So I'm going to ask you folks, do you want to keep the trade or let it ride? So we're currently down out of $100 max loss on this trade. We're down $56, down 57, down 56. When I get to 30 trades, I'm going to take the results of this poll. And we are at 19 votes right now. We're down $57, down 51, 52, 53. We're at 27 votes. Need 3 more votes. 28 votes, 29. And we're down $52, 30 votes. All right. Interestingly, 63%, which is the same percent that wanted to go long, also want to let it ride. So we are going to let it ride. Looking for that Christmas miracle. And we'll see. We don't have to hit target, we just have to make money to make ourselves happy, I suppose, but target would be nice. But yeah, Jimmy, to finish up those thoughts, I mean, you can't put everything on your screen. A little exercise I like to do from time to time is putting this list of levels on our that people often have on their charts. Let me see if I can find it here. I've typed this up in the past before. Just have to go through my many things I've created. Okay, here we go. Oh no, where'd it go? I've lost it. These are all my many memes I've created. Where did it go? There it is. So, Jimmy, every so often I go through this and we talk about the levels that like are kind of popular here in our community and ones that people tend to throw in their charts, especially new traders who don't know what to put on their charts. So they tend to lean toward more is better. But we talk about Camarilla pivots a lot here, and I'd say there are like 8 Camarilla pivots people sort of mention a lot in this room. I don't hear about the S1s and the S2s and the R1s and the R2s a lot, but the 3s and 4s and 5s and 6s tend to come up. So there's 8 levels there because you've got the S's and the R's, right? So if you have the 3s, the 4s, the 5s, and the 6s on the S's and the R's, that's 8 Camarilla levels potentially. If you're like me, you got yesterday's high, yesterday's low, the high and low from 2 days ago. That's 4 more levels. PDC's a level, VWAP's a level. The opening price is popular. That's a level. Volume point of control is a level. We talk about that sometimes. Pre-market high and lows, 2 more levels. ATR's 2 levels because you got the upper and lower bound of that. Then you've got the moving averages. Where why does it say 20 here? Because, well, people often have 4 moving averages they pay attention to here, the 9, the 20, the 50, and the 200. But it's not uncommon to have that over 4 or 5 charts. So if you had 4 moving averages over 5 charts, you'd have 20 levels. So if you added these all up, you could have 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 36, 38, 40 levels. You might not have, maybe it's more like 36 because maybe you don't have 4 or 5 charts with these moving averages and maybe only have 4. But let's say you have between 30 and 40 levels because you have all this stuff on your charts and you have multiple time frames and whatnot. If this is the case, you're going to see price hitting levels a lot. You're always going to be bumping up against something. And when that happens, those are the things that tend to make traders like take money earlier than they should, or tends to make traders not obey their stop, because every time the price comes down to their stop, they see a level below their stop where they think like, oh, that'll save my trade. So this is problematic, I guess is what I'm saying. You can't put so much stuff on your charts that you're questioning the price somewhere, everywhere, all the time. There's got to be a balance. And that's difficult to find. You're going to have to trade for a while. You're going to have to put in some screen time to figure out like what do I really need on my screen that's useful to me and what's not. And I've tried to do that over time. I'm not saying I have the perfect combination or solution of stuff in my charts at all. I know I don't. But I think I have the stuff on my charts that I think matter over the long term. And that's very true. What Megan's saying, I say this a lot. I think this is, and she says it well here. You can trade all kinds of levels. But yes, choose your fighter. Pick what level do you want to be the master of? Is it the previous day close? Is it yesterday's high? Is it a Fibonacci level? Is it a Camarilla level? Pick something and become the master of that level. Achieve Zen with that level and get rid of the other shit and just focus on what you need to be focusing on. Couldn't agree more. And I didn't notice something here in my list of memes. There's Jared. There's another thing. Oh, it's the last thing I'll show you. So I have this, somehow I acquired this collection of PDFs of like a ton of trading books. I always forget I own this, but like once upon a time, some trader online, like on a Discord or something, or maybe it was on Twitter, they dumped this Google Drive for all these trading books. And while they had it there, I went in there and I downloaded all of them, and because I knew it would disappear, and it did. The person deleted the tweet eventually. But I have all these books and pamphlets and all kinds of documents about trading. Most of it's day trading. And I went through as an exercise once, and I tried to search for the word simple in all these books, because I've always found that when you read trading books, authors almost always talk about simplicity. I don't think I've ever read a trading book that doesn't suggest that you should try to keep trading simple. They all say that. Yet, traders always, not always, but traders often try to make it more complex. They drift away from simplicity and they gravitate toward complexity, despite the fact that, I mean, I've been sitting here for 6 years. I'll tell you to keep it more simple. I think what Megan's saying is a version of that. You know, you can trade at any level, but choose one. Keep it simple, right? Pick something. Everyone's going to say this, but yet we tend not to do this. So, I mean, why? You know, why don't we listen to what people are telling us? I don't know. But these are all excerpts from the different books I have that talk about simplicity. And you can see it here. It's just this common thread of, you know, keep it simple. And there's Peter with some meta glasses. I think I saw Megan in here somewhere. I gotta get off the mic for Megan. I won't go looking for Megan. It was you laser beaming an Apple core with your eyeballs. So Rick, can I share that list of indicators again? Why do you want to see that list of indicators, Rick? Because it worries me that everything I just said has fallen on deaf ears. All right, you know what, Rick? For you, because it's Christmas, I will show it one more time. I am worried everything I just said was for naught, but let me see if I can find it real quick for you. I don't think there's any value in me showing this again, but here it is. I don't think it's the right approach, Rick. I don't know. You want to build a screen with all of those and then kind of watch them all? Well, there you go. Can you screenshot it, Rick? Because I got to get out of here. You know what? I will screenshot it. What am I talking about? I will just... You know what? I'm not going to screenshot it because I really don't think this is going in the right place. Why is it highlighted pink? I forget. I'm not sure, Jason. Please. You know what? I want to close this. I think I tried to do a good thing and it's turning into a bad thing. Actually, I get this feeling. My spidey sense is saying, well, we should not be showing this anymore. Hey, have a great day and be careful out there, and I'll see you folks tomorrow. And stay tuned for Megan. Bye-bye.
Hopefully my audio isn't too terrible. I am traveling, so I actually decided not to bring my microphone and pack a little bit lighter. I got my laptop died right before I left, so I bought a new laptop like right as I was like basically running out of town. So that was fun, and it's supposed to have an okay microphone in it, so hopefully it's not terrible. If it's really horrendous, you can let me know, and at least I know for my okay. The camera's not bad, right? And usually I pack my camera that I attach to the screen and everything. So good deal. All right, you guys. So 'tis the holiday week. Some things are getting some volume. Yeah, don't wish it too much, Dwayne, because it will just automatically happen. Also, in terms of, oh, look, I have subtitles. I saw Mike was getting those like the other week. Is everybody getting subtitles now? I feel so like, I don't know, it's like a TV show. Also, I'm in a loft right now and my entire family is below me. So if you hear like screaming babies and human beings, 'tis the season. Click on the speaker. Click on the speaker. Oh, Oh, subtitles on. Oh, that's, look at that. I learned something new, folks. I learned something new. All right, let me get my screen up. I totally distracted and forgot that I am not sharing the screen yet. Okay, let's go. So we got a little bit of a push today in the market. How's Gary doing? I felt like Gary was trying to short down here before we broke. So hopefully you're all right out there, Gary. This morning, I was being lazy. I didn't want to explain what I was looking at, unfortunately. But one thing that I like about the overall market, well, there are a couple things. Let's go to the daily chart here. And one thing that I think is nice about this is last week, this is what I was looking to be retested. So to see if we could hold above it. There's all of this supply that came into the market twice, right? So as we've continued to kind of like break above it, I'm seeing if we can hold. So the first time we broke above it, they were kind of struggling to hold, and then they got more selling coming in, and then we got back above it again. And this was kind of like the retest, right? So we want to look for buyers to come in when we retest supply from above, looking to kind of flip it to demand. One thing that was with all of the volatility in the market on Friday due to the SPY rebalancing and all the options contracts expiring, there was a lot of volume that actually came into the market. If you look at some of the bigger names, like Apple got a ton of volume. Google got a good amount of volume. I was looking for a break of 310 on Google today, but it sold off at the open. We can talk through that one. And Tesla, I think, got volume. Actually, Tesla didn't. Was it NVIDIA? Yeah, it was NVIDIA. So NVIDIA still has some room to move. I hate where NVIDIA is trading. Honestly, I think that there is just so much better stuff to look at in the market right now. I don't even know that NVIDIA is worth it. Just putting that out there into the universe. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. There's some levels on here, but I'm just so sick of trading this area. Like I'm ready for some new prices on NVIDIA. But yeah, so SPY today, I was thinking I was a little bit more bullish on it as long as we stayed above 681.52, which we did, and I'll show you why. So when we came back down to retest, how dare you? I'm just living my life out here, buddy. So when we came back down to retest, this was the last swing high that broke to new lows. So once we broke above this would be our 1 hour change of character. And I'm looking for the market to hold on top of that and continue moving up. So then we would start moving towards the all-time high on the daily chart. And yeah, nothing's changed with that. So we stayed above here. I did mention in the chat room this morning, if we continue lower, that I was looking for maybe a retest of this SPY level, but we're still bullish and the market hasn't pushed lower. So it was getting a little dicey this morning though. So this was the first low that kind of came in this morning. They pulled it back. They weren't really able to break it. They pulled it back. They weren't really able to break it. And then they just moved up and out. If they had actually broken down, I think that 681.50 would have been on watch for the breakdown. But AJ, you got played today by the market. Oh, I hate it when that happens. I mean, holiday weeks can be tricky. Volume is really important. There's a lot of people that might be sitting on the sidelines this week. So when you are building out your watch list this week, like when you go into tomorrow, or if you decide to trade Wednesday, just make sure whatever you're trading has a large amount of volume. And be picky about what you're picking, right? I can think NVIDIA, one of my mentees pointed out this morning in the group chat was that NVIDIA was only like 50% RVOL or something today. So that's something to keep in mind, right? Then you think that at some point NVIDIA will become Apple for the day traders, or you're asking, it could. You mean like not really like moving like it normally, like in like a volatility sort of way? Because Apple is boring as hell to me, if that's what you're asking. With this like $3 ATR. Yeah, possibly. I don't know. All I know is right now I don't like the bigger picture time frame, I just think it's messy. I think that we're just in between a lot of stuff, and there is a lot of value sitting here, right? So when we talk about value, if the entire market is setting value in this location and we keep trying to play it in here, there's a good chance you're going to just get chopped up. Yeah, you might find some moves, and if you're really good at tape and order flow, it becomes easier to play in this area. But ideally, you want to get outside of this and like start looking to expand, or below it and start looking to expand. The only issue with the upside is the supply. So just like the market, picture this as SPY for a second. SPY sold off, just like NVIDIA did here, right? I mean, obviously NVIDIA is a big chunk of the market. And then when it pulled back, it also rejected this really heavily as well. So unlike the market, which is sitting above, NVIDIA is actually sitting below. So even if we expand away from value, we're expanding into possible supply. And maybe no one's there. Maybe they keep it going. Maybe not. I don't know. But to me, like risk versus reward is a little bit tricky on this. Friday, it came off of a strong low, so it might have been an easier day to play. But I find like this area is difficult. AJ, honestly, like I'm going to be completely vulnerable and honest with you guys. That is like that is the crux of my trading as well. There are times where I fumble with that, and it is never fun. It's always the kind of the thing that you're like, why didn't I just do what I said I was going to do? So you're not alone. A lot of traders struggle with that. A lot of it comes down to wanting to be right. So if you can work on kind of that component of your life, like feeling like you don't necessarily need to be right and it's okay to be wrong, it does tend to help. Yeah, Haroon, we can look at PLTR. I was looking for this to kind of start filling the gap today, but unfortunately, there's a swing high on the daily chart on this that it is bumping up against. So there are a couple levels that are interesting. So one of them is, and I think I've got here. Okay, so one thing I like about this, it's very reminiscent of Tesla. Coming from like last week and the week before. We've got this kind of consolidation with this spring and comes up and gets out. So I like the volume. I think that this is starting to maybe enter into a new expansion phase. The only issue with today where you'd be trading today on it, and I was hoping that it would get above 195, show some like really bullish strength and be able to start holding to fill this gap. Because I think that that is a solid play if we can start to move through that, especially after this accumulation and kind of spring out. But they just couldn't keep it going this morning, unfortunately. So that being said, there is kind of this like swing high here on this. So once it broke down and then it pulled back and then it came back down, anybody that's kind of coming in off of these lows, that would be the target for that like leg of the move. And I think one of these levels is the 5-minute change of character that I marked this morning. Yeah, this guy up here. So this 5-minute change of character here. So it did get a nice pop this morning. I looked at the order book on this, and there are still orders at 200 on it that have not been filled. Unfortunately, it just waterfalled its way down. But bigger picture wise, I think looking for longs makes sense to try to like fill this gap. It's just a matter of where you're entering on the chart, because yeah, above 195 I think is the long play on it. There is a potential pullback play that I've marked here. This is based off of, I believe, the 1 hour supply, actually 4 hour supply. So when it got stuck in the range here, there was this day that had really heavy selling and created this little supply drop. So I've marked the base here. So above 195, I think is a good technical level to trade off of. And then as far as retesting supply from above and turning it into demand, that I think that's also a possible setup. So that'd be like the 190-ish area. What is that exact level? 189 to like 187. But yeah. If you look at this on the monthly, they will have some sellers they need to get through. It's not as like super aggressive as far as like volume wise on this month where it's sold down, but they are going to have to clear that. So I was recording a video yesterday for my weekly market analysis for the group, and this is very reminiscent of NVIDIA supercycle, like just the expansion on this. Wild times. Do I use Edgeful or something else like that? Thor promoted for quite a bit for some time. Anyway, I agree with this notion that gaps are reversed quite frequently on SPY. Do you see it that way? So I don't use Edgeful. I think it's interesting. I've just never got around to like playing around with it. I do see value in that sort of like backtesting software. But as far as gaps, I agree with this notion that gaps are reversed quite frequently on SPY. Do you see it that way? So one of the reasons why they can get reversed, are you talking about like when it starts to go into a gap and then we sell away from it? That's kind of what you're getting at, right? Like it might start to move into it and then it like turns around. Yeah. So part of that has to do with value. So there are a couple of things here. So we'll go to PLTR since we're talking about gaps, and let me go to the daily. So value is great. It can show you where the most participation is. It can also show you when there are pockets to move through quickly to go to another area of value. The only thing that you need, though, is for buyers to continue to set value higher to start moving through that pocket, right? So sometimes when there is a pocket, if nobody is willing to step up and buy in that pocket, the price action has to move back down to where value might be sitting. So in this case, where I've got it marked on here is this, but the actual place that I would mark would be here. And so there is a little bit at like 190, I would say, on the daily chart. Oh, on SPY. Okay, let's go to SPY. I mean, it's the same concept. It's the same concept. So, and we can look at value in here, but it's the same idea. So price moves quickly through low value areas to move to another area of value. However, if no one's willing to buy within that location, the best place for the market to go is back to a value that they know participants are willing to participate at, right? So like if the goal is to exchange shares within the market, then let's say that the market, I'm just gonna draw an area. So let's say that the market has a lot of value here, and we can go to the hourly chart and look at it. But let's say that there's a lot of value in this location and the market starts to gap up. And let's say there's a big pocket and we're trying to move higher and there's a gap to fill. There's a gap location. And I see what you're saying from the downside spike this morning, but just bear with me here and we'll go through it. We'll go through this on the smaller time frame, but I just want to talk through this. So if participants aren't willing to buy through that pocket and start setting value a little bit higher to move to a higher value area, and no one's willing to participate in that location, then the best thing for them to do is go back down. So today on SPY, they tried to go into the little gap down here, and that's basically seems to be what happened. They kind of like moved back up. So let's go to an hourly chart. So we have a 1 hour change of character. So what I'm actually going to do is we're going to use the 1 hour on this. And this morning, when we opened, we tried to push lower. Buyers stepped in to start moving up towards higher value. And so on the daily chart, let's just see where that higher value actually is. So this is our last strong low here. Come on. So we've got some up here. Just gonna mark this area. Come on. The market's kind of in no man's land, actually. Oh, no, it's okay. Thought for a second it was actually sitting right in that pocket, but that was just my eyes deceiving me. So let's change the color of these because they're not actually supply or demand. Or at least that's not how I view them. I view them as value, so I'm gonna make them gray. And so actually on the daily chart with SPY, it was sitting in value. So as long as they're okay with this price point, they don't actually need to dip it any lower. As long as this value on the daily actually holds, which can make for choppy environments until we start to expand away from it, which seems to be what happened this morning. I don't know if I'm answering your question, Ben. I feel like I'm talking in circles here. So let me nutshell it for you. If we gap up and we're in a pocket, or if we gap up and we try to retest an area below that's empty, oftentimes if no one's willing to, let's say, sell lower, then they're going to go back up to higher value. The market wants to be where the most participants are. Same thing to the opposite side. So if we gap down and the market tries to push up, but no one is willing to buy up there, they're going to continue to move it down into a lower area of value. A lot of it really depends on where the orders are and historically where the market thinks it is a fair price. And actually on the daily chart, the market it opened in a fair value price and just kind of chopped around in here until it could decide which direction it wanted to go from value. Have I completely confused you? You're asking, so today could have been a bit of sell-off on the SPY. Okay, well, good. I'm glad I haven't confused you. It could have if they decided they didn't like this price up here, right? Like if the market was like, no, this price is too high. We're going to have to go in search of lower value. Yeah, I think that a retest of like 681 would have been possible. That would have been a structural level to retest. But they never got down there. I often find that when a stock I'm trading or when the market itself opens within value, that we can have a choppier morning. What I actually prefer is that we're sitting on top or below of a value area, and then we use that as support. Can use that as support or resistance, or like to expand away from it, right? When I started today, my first assumption was a SPY. I tried to move towards 680. I don't think that was like a terrible like thought, right? Because if we did get enough sellers, that would have been the direct, like that would have been the area to start moving towards. 680, 150 would have been the first place I would look for. And then we are seeing, looks like, let me just get this over here for the hourly. Let this reset itself. Okay. And then there is a little bit more value down at 680. So it's not necessarily a wrong idea. If the market starts selling, that's where we would probably go. You just need to have the market selling. $681. Yeah, 681 would have been the first stop. Yeah. And then if they wanted to move it all the way down to this value area, they probably could have. But I would have been looking at this change of character at 681, 681.50 for the retest. And Jared's saying something interesting. There's a rule with gaps when what should happen doesn't. Sellers didn't feel the gap, so we look for over high day after the first hour. That's interesting. They're just kind of like, all right, we're gonna, you don't want to go down, but then I guess we're going up. I think context is also important. So I'll oftentimes I will look for like what happened the previous day. And there was just so much volume that came into some of the bigger names and into the market. I mean, this is the most buying volume, or the day where the buyers took control, where we had an elevated amount of volume in comparison to back in November. That was at the lows. So this tells me that buyers have entered the market here. And if we get a gap up, then that's yay for them, right? If you entered into the market on this day and you woke up to a gap up this morning, you're going to probably try to protect the position to keep it going even higher. But yeah, that is interesting about the first hour. You guys still trading Tesla? Let's take a look at it. I'm curious. So I had the 488.61. That was like the previous all-time high area. Nice retest of that today. It looks like there is a bit more buying here. I know that there were still orders to fill out 500 this morning. I'm sure they're probably still there. Michelangelo, are you talking to me? What did I say? Sometimes I don't even know what's come out of my mouth. What did I say? If it's for me. Oh, still, like y'all are still trading Tesla. Yeah, Michelangelo, Paul. It's got one of the coolest names in the room. Isn't it great? It's great. It's excellent. You stole it. Thievery. Where they are, unfortunately, right now, it'd be interesting to see if they can get through it. But this morning, when the market opened, we got an influx of volume and buying. It consolidated, and then we got more buyers here. So you got buyers that stepped up in this location, and if this was buyers looking for that break of 500, you've got demand on the intraday, and if we lose that, that is trapped demand on an intraday. And so where Tesla is sitting right now is technically in an intraday trap demand area, because look at the way that even the volume was elevated again as this pushed up, and they got trapped. So a lot of people were looking for that 500 break today. Oops. Whoa, Nelly, that is not what I meant to do, but that's fine. Let's see. And that is where you're sitting right now on this thing. So trap demand until we get above it is actually becomes supply. But it definitely still, as they're like moving this up, it doesn't look like a ton of sellers have stepped into this yet. Nvidia might go. Oh my goodness gracious. For anybody that traded this today, I really feel for you. That would have been a very rough morning. My condolences if you chose Nvidia today. This would have been a hard one. But, again, like the higher time frame is very tricky on this. The pullback on it, so when we're just looking at the most recent trend that's occurring on the daily, we are still in a downtrend. So even like there are buyers that came off of this change of character strong low location on Friday with good volume, but they are bumping up against what hasn't been what hasn't shifted yet towards the buyers, right? So this is kind of like the last lower high in this trend. How about Rocket Lab? So that was something that I had mentioned on my watch list this morning. But I'm looking at stuff in the morning, but I'm like really mostly on vacation. So this one it's at all-time high. So we got an all-time high break on Rocket Lab. Apparently they had some good news on Friday with their launch of their product. What was it exactly? I'm sure you guys probably know more than I do because I was out that day because I had a power outage. Yeah, I missed you guys on Friday. There was a power outage and then the Wi-Fi went down and we actually were running off of a generator until yesterday around like 3 p.m. I think. So we didn't have Wi-Fi all weekend or power. I mean, we had power off of a generator, but it happened the last time I was here for Christmas actually. So maybe I'm the culprit. So they won a contract. There was some other news on this too. Yeah. Was it on? So it is that contract. And then something about their delivery. I don't remember exactly what the news was, but from a technical perspective, that is a very strong demand push that pushed them above the all-time high area. Today, one of my mentees actually traded this morning. It was a little bit choppy at the open, kind of like the SPY. Like the market looked almost exactly like this. And eventually it ended up breaking out. It never lost its all-time high area. It actually also held this break of structure location. So when we're looking at the trend, as the market is moving up and as the stock is moving up, it moves up, it pulls back. This swing low doesn't break it to new highs, so this continues to be our break of structure. We kind of pull back a little bit, no new highs. This is our 5-minute, hourly, whatever you want to call it, break of structure. And this is all-time high. So we're holding above all-time high. We're holding above a 5-minute location. Once it gets outside of that, after that consolidation, it was able to finally get going. I did look at the order book on it this morning, and it was pretty balanced, so it would have made for some choppy price action. But yeah. MU has high RVOL at the moment. MU is also a good one to keep on watch. Man, a lot of stuff really took a hit this morning. Wow. They almost filled the gap on this today, but not quite. Tom, you've been in MU since 11. Nice. Awesome. Did you take it off of this? Because if so, like, golf clap. I hope that's the level that you were looking at. That is beautiful. Nicely done. Yeah, I saw you guys chatting with John earlier about different levels and stuff, and I made that comment about like any level can be played. It's just a matter of choosing your fighter, right? Choose your character, pick your fighter. You could play previous state close all you want. You could play break of structure, change of character, supply, demand. It's mostly about choosing what level you want to focus on and then watching the price action around there. And biggest recommendation, choose like one or two that you really like, because if you are out here picking 50 levels to trade off of, you're going to overtrade, you're going to be very confused, and everything's going to look like a setup. Hello, Katie. Welcome. So pick your faves. Google today, though. This is I would have traded today if this would have set up. So Google was something that I wanted to watch for this 310 break. So on the daily chart on Google, it had a retest of, this is marked as actually 4-hour supply. So when the market sold off, it sold right into that. And then we got good volume on Friday along with other big names in the market. And today what I was looking for on this was actually similar to what the SPY did. So there's this drop, this supply drop from a few days ago. And when we were starting to open, we were opening kind of above that. So I was just looking for a continuation off of the smaller time frame above 310. And on the hourly chart, there has been a lot of value set above like 315, at 315 into like 320. So I was looking for maybe 310 to break and for a run towards 315, but it just didn't set up today. Ah, Katie. Yeah, I know. I missed Thailand. It looked fun. So sorry that I wasn't there. I'm sure you guys had a great time. I saw some amazing photos. The weather looked amazing. Paris was dancing everywhere as he does. That's who he is as a person. He will dance in whatever location. Just tell him to dance and he will dance. But yeah, it looked fun. Hopefully I catch you guys at the next one. And hopefully if we do end up having a summit in 2026, like because we didn't have, did we have one this year? I don't even know what year it is anymore. But hopefully if we have another summit, hopefully I'll see you guys there. Yeah, I didn't go either, Ben. No, not this year. It's just a little tight with the holidays being during that time and all the other travel going on. And I had just got back from like 2 weeks in Greece, so it was kind of like just timing wise, it wasn't great, but yeah. That's right, Vancouver in March, and I think we might do Toronto this year. Have we heard any details about that? That's what I meant to ask during our team meeting last week. CBT Summit in Dubai. I don't think that I can go to Dubai. I think I'll get thrown in jail because I am a sailor, and from what I understand, if you swear at people or flip people off, you will get thrown in prison. So I don't think I'll be at that summit if we end up in Dubai. PLTR is squeezing. It's been forming a little compression for a while down here. I've been watching it. So this is one of the levels on watch, and it's getting a little bit of volume. Just been kind of trickling. So this one is interesting because, again, I do think that this is a bit more bullish. I do think that there's a good chance that they will try to fill the gap. It's obviously not I mean, I'm not gonna say obviously because there's still an hour and 20 minutes left in the day, but it might not happen today. But one thing that I noticed was just there was a lot of buying at the open. We kind of lost these buyers, unfortunately. But when we got below them, there wasn't like really aggressive selling. It just kind of continued to trickle. And then after this little kind of trickle, we got actually like a little buyer that stepped in, right? So you can actually see where this buyer came in. And then they just kind of continue just trickling. And they're just holding this level. So it looks like a buyer actually stepped in like before 11 o'clock. But to turn the ship, it can take time. So when you go from a contraction phase like this to an accumulation phase, it's not, V reversals happen, but they don't happen as often as traders would like them to happen. How many times have you gotten into something like you see it as this first signal, you get in and you're expecting like a complete V reversal, right? Like I've done it. I'm sure you guys have done it, but that is actually pretty rare in terms of like if you look at stocks just overall. Most of the time after a contraction phase, the market will sit and absorb and reaccumulate before it starts moving up and out again. So it seems like maybe it's starting to do that. We'll see. That's what you like to trade, so you got long from PL. Yeah, honestly, this is becoming way more of what I've been trading recently. Kind of like it's a break and retest, but it's like a break and retest with accumulation. I've noticed a lot of like my swings that work out really well start to set up like this. Speaking of swings, I do want to go over Rivian. But even intraday, like let the sell-off happen, let them find buyers, let them accumulate, change character, all of those things, and then just play like a lower time frame phase 2 or expansion phase. Or you play the opposite too. You could do distribution into contraction. But yeah, during the holiday season, I'm kind of I'm splitting up some of my trade book into like smaller ideas or different ideas of what I've got as like a bigger playbook. If you've seen my playbook, it's the Titan Territory strategy. But this would be a version of that, but with Wyckoff phases versus like order flow candlestick patterns, which is what is in my trade book right now for people. But just because I've been also trading this a lot more. But speaking of, okay, wanted to go into swing trades for a second before we run out of time. Rivian. So, oops, that's not what I meant to. Apparently, I've still got that copied from this morning. Good thing I didn't copy something weird. Okay, so I think this is an awesome chart, and I'm just looking for an entry point on this. But I want to start with the monthly chart on Rivian. So on Rivian, from bird's eye view of this chart, there is a lot of buying that came in here, and they continue to have elevated buying coming in off of this area. So there is like this accumulation absorption that's occurring, and they're starting to move it up and out. So I've got my eye on this one. I don't know if anybody else has been watching Rivian, but it definitely looks like from the bottom here that we are getting kind of an influx of buying if I look at all of the candles where the buyers took control versus all the candles where the sellers took control. And I do like this a lot. I'm trying to decide how I want to get into this because if I enter right now, the unfortunate thing is we're actually going to be bumping up against one of the last kind of swings that moved us to a new low. So I don't know that the risk to reward is here for this location. So I've got it on watch. I need to do a little bit more analysis on it. But I really like it. I like that it's coming off of the base. Yeah, exactly. So a break and retest is definitely a possibility. And that might be the way to play it, especially if it keeps going. And it might be the safer play just in terms of we're going to need to break that to actually start to move into a phase 2 or into an expansion phase. So getting in before that might bring it back into the range. So yeah, I really like it though. It's the first kind of swing that I've been interested in for a little while. And the other thing that I like is, so I was going through some of my swing trades, and most of my trades that I've put on as swings that played out well, some of them didn't, but the ones that pretty much across the board, the ones that did play out well on the weekly chart, they were all above the 200. So rather than trying to bottom feed them before they were ready, this one is finally they're finally getting enough data to actually have that moving average. And I know that this is like, if you follow, like if you've read any of like Mark Minervini stuff, that's one of the things, right? So being at least like having the institutional players on the 200, being above that, and that is something I've noticed in my swings as well. So going forward, that is something I want to make sure I'm paying attention to with my system. Because normally I just play levels and you know, change of character, break of structure, supply demand. But I am noticing, from a swing trading perspective at least, the 200 and the 150. So I might need to make some adjustments to my swing strategy with that in mind. But yeah, I've got it on watch. I'll let you guys know when I decide to put something on. I just feel like right now the risk to reward it's too wide. I feel like I would need almost a $7 risk right now for a $2 reward. So it just doesn't make sense where it's at. But I'm sure it'll set up eventually. Yeah, hitting a 200 on different time frames definitely has different probabilities. A lot of the swing trading community and swing trading world, they're looking at the moving averages on a larger time frame, right? So that's where I don't usually use them on a smaller time frame. But when it comes to swing trading, I think, you know, from an institutional standpoint, it does make sense. One thing that's actually interesting is ONDS. I know you guys have been, some of you are playing this. I know Will's out there somewhere. But this one is above those. It's also, it retested. It must have been on the, was it on the monthly? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't ONDS. No, I'm thinking about the wrong one, actually. My bad. What one was that? I don't know. Nutshell. Above the 200. And when I first started swing trading, this was something that I paid attention to. And then I just kind of, I don't know. I think I just started playing levels and not thinking about it anymore. But when I look back at my stats for the year, I actually am seeing that the trades where I stuck to this, they worked out the best. The target might actually be off on Rivian. Check yearly. We have room to 28.30 for next levels too. Let's see. You want to put on a yearly chart or on a monthly chart? Yeah. I debated this level, then stuck to the weekly being above the 200. There are some times where I tried to like take stuff before the weekly chart had started to turn more bullish, and it was still kind of stuck in like an accumulation range, and it hadn't flipped above those moving averages. So it's just one thing that I noticed. I'm at the end of the year, I usually go through most of my trades and kind of do a little like, you know, analysis, which I really recommend for all of you, right? Like you've got data from this year, go through it, dig through it, see what it's telling you. And that was just one thing that just stood out for me. Okay, so I did debate that level, Jared, actually. So I see what you're looking at here. The only reason I didn't mark it was because when we pulled back, we pushed down, we actually had like this kind of bullish demand day that moved back up again. And then this swing right here is what broke us to new lows. It's tricky. I do think that this level does make sense. But to me, this one also makes sense. So that's why I haven't made a decision on Rivian yet, because I'm like, I need a little bit more clarity, I think, into what exactly I want to play on it. But either way, I am bullish Rivian. I'm just looking for the play for it for me. And, you know, sometimes that's like a break and a consolidation and then the next leg up. Yeah. Everything above 22 is just a look above. Yeah. But yeah, if it goes, yeah, we're going. I'm ready. And, you know, I'm sure the bottom feeders are already in this and I'll just be late to the party like always. But you know what? I like to feel better in my position. Yeah, exactly, Ben. So Ben, you're even saying like the play was when it was consolidated around 10. Yeah, I mean, hindsight's 2020, right? But look how long you would have sat in this. I think that's why I prefer. I don't. I know that you should buy low, sell high. I know that like logically that makes sense. The only issue is that if you buy low on a bottom feed in accumulation before we've entered into a phase 2, then sometimes you can type your capital for a really long time. Like, look at how long this stayed down here. I mean, this is almost 3 years down in this area. And that's tricky. I don't know that I want to be sitting in this for 3 years. I mean, maybe if I really believed in it, right? But I find that once we actually start to get into an expansion phase, then buying the pullbacks like at demand start to make more sense to me. Because if you buy a pullback down here and we haven't moved into a new phase yet, you're actually just buying the lows of a range and sticking in a range. So everybody that's always like, why don't you buy lower? This is part of the thing. But if we get into an expansion phase, that's a different story. Then I am interested in like pullbacks while we're starting to expand. But if we haven't switched yet, then I think that it's a bit trickier and you have a higher chance of tying up your capital. You got super bullish on Rivian after the Volkswagen news story. So I did too, and I traded it as a day trade. I remember that. I traded as a day trade and was hoping that we would get more out of it. And then, alas, it just stayed in this range. But I do think that with the Volkswagen backing, I think that is, I think it has potential. And the volume down here is actually saying the same thing. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's got the catalyst. I think it's just finishing an accumulation phase, and it's just a matter of when to enter and how to enter. And where I spend most of my time thinking about how do I not tie up my capital for a really long time? How do I get in when we actually start to expand? But yeah, I like this one a lot. I like this one. Trying to think if there are any other ones that this is really the only one that I'm watching right now. I unfortunately had to bail on a few of my other positions like about a week ago, I think. So I've still got ONDS going. And I'm looking at this one. About a week ago for what? About a week ago? When I bailed on my positions? Oh, it's a song reference. Yeah, about a week ago. I don't know how the song is. If I did, I might sing it for you, but you might also cancel your subscriptions to PVT. So is this one actually doing anything? So we can take these off now. No follow through. Still gonna have to get above like 194 ish to get going. Will we get a fun rally this week? Will Santa Claus come to town? That is the question. Qs are definitely on the weaker side in comparison to SPY, just from an intraday perspective. Sell on Meta today. I'm still definitely bearish Meta. I would really like a better setup on it though. I unfortunately missed this day. The one day that it finally pulled back towards supply, but it didn't quite get to supply, so I never took it. Pickiness will kill me one day, I think. Or save me. I don't know. TBD. All right, we've got a couple minutes left here. Any last thing things you guys want me to take a quick look at before we wrap up? DVLT. What is this? Data Vault AI Inc. Are you looking at this from a swing perspective, JDrex, or an intraday perspective? Intraday, possibly long. Okay, let's look at this. This is a penny stock. They recently had a lot of volume. I don't know what happened with it. I assume there was some type of news maybe. From yeah, this one's tricky because it's still in, it's like anybody who bought after that initial push is underwater. So from a long perspective, and I'll dial it down to a smaller time frame, but when I first look at the bigger time frame on this, you've got all of these buyers that have stepped up that are not getting any follow through. And the trend is still moving to the downside. And the 1 hour has not changed structure at all yet. So you don't have any of the bigger timeframes really on your side right now. Yes, there was a lot of volume that came in on the weekly chart a few weeks back, but the daily pullback that's happening back towards those lows is still bearish. There's no shift in the structure yet. So taking a long, which, I mean, you know, completely up to you. I will just say taking a long, you are taking it into sellers that are in control right now. So what you would need is a lot of volume. There is some volume coming in off of the 1 hour chart. It's just, this one's tricky because the bigger time frames are all still bearish. And so the smaller time frame folks are going to have to really fight. So I don't know, from a swing maybe, but from an intraday standpoint, it's not something that I would personally trade. Also, it seems like the volume isn't super high on this, which makes intraday trading also very difficult. So go with something that maybe has a little bit more liquidity. This doesn't have a ton of liquidity, which, you know, could make for a swing trade if you're into swing trading this for penny stocks or whatever. But I don't really see any reason to be long in this right now. Just looking at the chart or what the information that I have at the moment. Tavi, can I ask kindly what indicators, you're very welcome, JDrex, what kind of indicators do you have on your charts? So really, I'm pretty naked on my charts. So mostly just this screen with value. And then I manually draw my levels and my supply and demand zones. I do have these indicators here. You can take a screenshot of them if you want to. I use some of them for like specific things. So, or like to maybe check for confluence, but I would say most of the time, none of these are on my screen. I did mention the 200 and the 150 moving averages earlier. Those really I use for swing trading. And then I do have like Thor's cams on here. Sometimes I'll check those for confluence in a trade. Sometimes I might check confluence of other supply and demand indicators, but honestly, for the most part, very rarely do I even bring any of these up. And if I do, most of them are for swing trading. But you can take a screenshot and see what's there. Yeah, you're welcome. Nan, so Rocket Lab, it showed up on my volume scanner this morning, actually. So anything above 500,000. So it showed up this morning. And when I looked at the first thing I do is I look at the bigger picture. So I looked at the daily chart just to see like, are we even anywhere where I'd want to trade it? Oftentimes when things that I haven't traded that I haven't heard of in a while, when I pull them up, they look like they're in here, right? And that's not going to be interesting at all. But I pulled this up and there was actually a lot of volume that came in on Friday. And price moved up very aggressively. I checked the news. There was a catalyst about investment and contracts and delivery and whatever. I don't need to know the details. I just know that there's a lot going on that side, that there is some type of catalyst for this. Now, what I noticed and what I liked was that it was sitting at all-time high right before the market opened. So this is all-time high down here. I'll just mark it. Or was all-time high. Now we've got a higher high. So we've got all-time high. And then from a intraday perspective, this was going to be the 5-minute break of structure location in the current uptrend. So as they came in on Friday and they formed a new high, they pulled back, and this would be the break to new highs. So that's why this ended up on there this morning. I didn't trade it because when I looked at the orders on it, it was pretty balanced. So I didn't trade it this morning, but at some point that balance must have cleared up because you can see the balance that happened at the open and then eventually it got going, but it took a while, but it did hold those levels. So even if you had got in after it broke and held those levels with your stop below, I would have put my stop below all-time high. I would have kept it somewhat wide, but that's it. It just, yeah, it was just, it was on the DOS scanner. Here, I'll show you. Let me pull that up really quick. Here, pop it out. So DOS, for those of you that are newer to DOS, has a scanner built in. You'll just go, if you want to use it, you just go to, let's see, tools, I think. Yeah. So if you go to the top of your DOS Trader Pro platform, under tools, there's a scanner. And under scanner, you can set up a scanner. So for instance, I'll bring this over so you can see it. So this is the high volume scanner that I have. So I just titled it high volume scanner and I selected volume and price filter. And then I filtered by price here. And then volume above 500,000 to like 1 bajillion. I don't care. Just need it to be above 500,000 at least. And this popped up this morning. So then I took a gander at it, looked at the chart, and was like, you know what? That's actually a pretty good looking chart. But I did not play it. I had one of my mentees actually played it today, and he managed it really well for what he was given. He traded it in this area, partialed up here, it came back, he tried again, partialed, and he just got stuck in all of this. And then he left and went to Costco, he said, and then he missed this, which, it happens, but he managed the position really well. This is not easy to trade, right? We all know that. Chop is not easy to trade. Oh, wow. Okay, I am definitely past my time here. So I am going to hop off. I will see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place. And enjoy your holiday week. Don't force it. It's a holiday week. So make sure whatever you're trading has volume. It's very important. All right, you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Afternoon, everybody. What did I just do? That, I believe, was not what I wanted to do. All right. Hopefully we got that set now. Hello, Steve. And everyone. 'Tis I, Peter Claus. Yeah, I hope your day is going well. Boy, Warner Brothers has fallen into untradeable pattern today, hasn't it? I don't know if anybody bothered to watch it, but look at this. This is like algo trading. You know, flat, 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 flat. 5, 6 cents back. Flat, 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 flat. You know, 4 cents. Flat, flat. Okay. We can ask the Magic 8 Ball. Magic 8 Ball. Gary has yet another question. He's trying to help get decisions, help with his trades. Gary wants to know, will NVIDIA touch a price of $185 or higher between now and the close, which is in just under 52 minutes? The answer is concentrate and ask again. Magic 8 Ball. Gary wants to know, will NVIDIA hit a price of $185 between now and the close in 51 minutes and 20 seconds? And the answer is very doubtful. It's not a no, but it's a very doubtful. Never know what to do with those answers.
Good afternoon, Peter.
Hello, Jared.
Happy Monday.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's a Friday Monday, or a Monday Friday, depending how you want to look at it. Since we're trading Friday all week.
I guess.
you don't subscribe to that?
WBD it is.
I feel like every day that we trade this week, it's going to feel like a Friday because the volume's going to be lower. It's going to drop off fairly quickly. So far, feels like a Friday. So.
That WBD you got up there, Peter, it was terrible.
WBD. Oh yeah, Warner Brothers. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, it's very barcode-ish. It's horrible. So. I was hoping that it would move with the news that Paramount's back in the mix, but apparently not. So, yeah, Mike, where's your hat?
Sorry. Didn't get
You
one.
don't have
I'll text
you don't
my
have a hat?
wife to get a. No, I don't have a hat. I have a hat in Kansas City. I don't have a hat in the Dominican.
For shame. That's too bad.
I know. Too bad.
I've got a whole
Maybe
bunch
I'll
of
tell
them.
my wife to get me one.
If only I could lend you one. All right. Well, Tesla made an attempt at 500 today, but not good enough. Almost came within $1.17. Very close. No cigar.
Just blame the market maker. Can't handle the big orders today.
Nope.
We were all ready. Every buyer in the market was ready. It's just the market maker's job.
I had an order at $499.99.
That'd have been a good fill.
I was like, and I was $1 off. So
Yeah.
I was.
I
just
mean,
like,
even the high is kind of random, so that's okay. We'll come back tomorrow or maybe Wednesday and finish it up because the orders are
Meta
going to
was
disappear.
another one that was strong off the open today, surprisingly. I tried Meta, got a partial. I didn't like what it did at 667, pulled back, and then I started trading Tesla, and Meta just kept on going.
Yeah.
Early morning
30
till
minutes.
it exhausted about the same time Meta did. Or Tesla did. Sorry.
Yeah. Who has good 30-minute pushes? PLTR looks like it did. It just has a big wick. So the first 30 minutes were pretty strong. But all the semis sold off like on the open. They didn't even have a drive. You know, every gapped up semi was like, we're done. We'll just start selling now. The tech stocks at least tried to push, but I looked at AMD like 15 minutes in and I was like, well, that didn't last.
I'm still
Yeah,
looking.
AMD wasn't good at all.
I'm still looking at Amazon here at 229. I want to know what it does at 229. So it was like the semis. It was pushing. It broke above it, and then it just dumped. No retest until possibly this afternoon. It recovered back up.
Damn, he tested. I was one candle off. All right. I'm learning these stupid patterns. All right, so Tesla is going for the open price, which is what I thought the sellers were going for, but it took them an hour and a half to get the expansion. Well.
Look at that. Oh, that was loud. 496.14. Tesla does not want to hold above that level. I thought it finally got over it on its way to 500, but just could not get above 496.14. Would have traded that to the short side an hour ago. Coulda, woulda, coulda.
See how the open price handles this. The worst thing buyers would see would be like a breakdown at this time. But if we're staying in the first 30 minutes, this is fine. It's just auction.
That is a beautiful, man. 204. 204, 203. That would have been a great time to short Tesla this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm only really looking for initiation now on the 30-minute time frames, Mike. So usually like there's a 5-minute candle with a lot of volume that starts the session. And it's usually in alignment with where we see like clean action, you know, clean rejection, clean look above and poke and go kind of stuff.
Look at that, 496. 96.14 right in there.
That way you're also not shorting on the upswing either. You just wait for your turns. Damn. Well, there's the open price.
This thing's gonna keep on going.
You had $100 entry on Micron from
It's a few months
June?
ago.
Yeah, June would have been the closest time to have done that.
What was
Yeah,
your
no,
target?
clearly. Good trade though. Wow. I had PLTR was a good one this morning that I missed, at least from the high, and Rocket Lab here this afternoon actually had a good topping pattern before it gave a good drop. Good risk to reward on that one. Took a while to make it happen, but
It's all in there, Jared. See?
well, don't beat yourself up if you think your swing trade could have been better. You're never going to get it right. If you're making money, then you're doing well.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not a trade unless you have a plan to exit. So you must have planned to exit at a lower price than what it currently is at.
488. Here we go. See what happens at 488.
I mean, nothing's going to change until the next 30 minutes. It's going to keep moving down until it's over.
Yeah, it is the biggest pocket of shares.
It's kind of interesting. Let's see the.
All right, well, so this is day 1 of 3.5 this week. Said, not including today. Well, so I guess as of this point, we have 5.5 days of trading between now and the end of the year. That's it.
Yeah. Get them while it's hot. Those
Get them.
last couple of triangles on the charts. Finish these auctions. And then we get to do it all over again. A new candle, a new month, a new week, a new day. Every analysis we did this year is irrelevant. That's how every new year feels. Throw everything we did this year away and just start fresh with where did we open, where are we moving? Because that's how it felt last year too. They're gonna keep expanding. I want to see how far these can go. So close on that one. I mean, can it get the low again? Is that really how far it can go? Just all the way to these 30-minute ranges.
I'm looking to see what it does at 488. I want to. Ooh. AMZN finally making a new high of day up to 229. It's my other stock I'm watching.
What's that? AMZN?
Yeah, Amazon.
Oh, Amazon. I don't know why in my head I was not. That didn't equal Amazon.
I've been looking at it, even pre-market. I mean, it really was struggling with 229 on the 30, on the 60. Then it kind of broke through, and I wanted to see if it could hold it and kind of push higher.
Right.
And it broke, and it lost, and it has never come even close to it again. So now I want to see what it does when it gets up there, if I can short it possibly at 229.
Right.
So, and then of course Tesla at 488. Oh, look at this big slam down after a volume. Getting ugly. You're getting ugly. You look at AMD on the 15-minute chart, and it's just one big sell-off followed by like a straight line.
Like action on the first 30 minutes.
Ding, 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 ding. Like, okay, we're not going anywhere.
Did it stop at PDC? Is that kind of where it ended? Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of where it ended.
Yeah.
Just nothing. Google's approaching the high of day as well here. Amazon put in a big wick.
Yeah, no problem. French VWAP trader. One of the reasons I'm transitioning to this time frame is because, well, there's a lot of reasons, but I'm making a lot more money, first off. 2, I always had trouble getting in once the initiation started, and I couldn't understand for a long time why certain prices did what they did during different times and then became targets later. So I started leveraging this a little bit more as like the real auction process that a lot of the algos use. And then what I'm trying to do is figure out, should I use 5 for yes, no setups? Like basically I need 15 minutes to tell myself if I'm wrong. So if I get it on a 5-minute setup and I'm not getting any pressure or price violation or anything, then I would want to add. Versus what I used to do, where it's like, well, it's not going in the first 5 minutes, I must be wrong. And that
Right.
sort of time differential of when do I enter, when am I wrong, what's the target? It's kind of broken into 5, 15, 30 with what I'm doing right now. So, and like always, I just need to know which way the market maker is pointing at any one time. So there's like clues on the 15, and then the 5 gives me end of auction or changes that I can take advantage of initially before the initiator comes in, the one that actually moves the price. So it's kind of interesting. It's no different than what we do on shorter time frames, just it gives us more clues and it tends to work better, I find. Like I can hit accurate targets without really worrying about it. Stops can be in really obvious places without getting violated.
See what you're gonna do, Amazon.
Amazon's doing well so far. Don't rush it. It's gonna do it in its own time.
So like
9.
a new 5-minute session's about to start, and it would be the last 5 minutes of this 30-minute candle. So to Mike's point, can we start the 15-minute rebound, or the 5-minute rebound, I guess, using the next 5-minute candle? And that's what I'm curious, is like when do the candles actually change color? Because I'm looking at the 5, there's a low with the lack of follow through. Is it the next 5-minute candle that pushes up?
Yeah.
Because it would make sense if it was, and then that would end the extension for that 30-minute session. So I'm kind of curious to see like which candles to use too on the shorter time frames. But I can tell you with the 30 minutes are powerful. They don't stop once they get moving. You can't fight them. Those damn candles are hurting anyone trying to buy during that time.
Here is the area it has struggled with since last Friday. Entering the struggle zone.
4%.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, when you think about it, we're just trading Tesla at the old all-time highs. I mean, have we really done anything new on Tesla recently?
Look at
just feels
that
like-
sell off. Man, that sell off so nice.
Yeah.
Don't be such a negative Nelly. Everything that's old is new again.
We'll tell that to John.
Goodness.
John throwing a bunch of negative juju in it today.
That's what you get for being a fan, right?
Yeah.
Instead of just letting the stock tell you what it wants to do. Or doesn't, of course.
What strategy are you trading? Non? If you're trading the extreme reversal, like Demon says, definitely the 1 or 2 minute chart you want to be watching. A 5 minute.
Okay, so we're hitting the bottom of the profile here. Is there a bounce? Is it really that precise?
And I read somewhere that many institutions use 15 minute. Did you get that one, Jared?
Yeah, I mean, every resource I've read about market profile suggests 30. 15 would be like I've heard it called like the in-between time frames, where you're trying to get a position before the 30 starts. So if you're on the 15, you could see it. I think the 5 has some clues as well, but you need clear 5 minute like setup patterns, usually either continuation, reversal, or there's a third one that's kind of hard to explain, but it's usually just what the 5 is signaling that tells the 15 to start expanding that way. And then the 30 will have initiation participants. Not every 30-minute candle, by the way, just the 30s are where I'm looking for the expansions in the first place, where the price starts moving.
I want to see. What are you gonna do at 229? You gonna buy into it, or are we gonna spike through it? We gonna tease like Tesla did at 500 and just slam down? It's the only significant push through 229 since last Friday was right before the market opened today. 30 minutes into the open. Everything else has been a sell-off from that level. I mean, even the 60-minute going back to the 18th was a sell-off on the 60. Yeah. You gotta show me you want it.
Okay, new 30-minute just opened. So to me, this 5-minute candle is important because it starts the 30-minute session.
I want to see a spike with a big red ball on Atlas. That's what I want to see. 229. Volume spike with a big red ball.
You think the Atlas development team could make holiday themed price levels? Like a Halloween, black and orange.
Black and orange.
We kind of have the Christmassy theme already. So. It doesn't have to be high on the backlog list. Just would be good.
I think eventually somewhere we get color options. Just maybe not right now.
Fair enough.
All right, guys, less than half an hour now.
I think that's coming, Zephy. I do think they're looking into that in the next relief. Look at that, 290. No, you're supposed to go to 229 before you do this.
Keep bargaining with it, Mike. That works.
Nope. To try to find an ugly sweater here for Wednesday at one of the stores. I'm sure they'd have one somewhere.
Yeah. This
Then
is
I'll just leave it for next year.
just make sure to get a slightly bigger than average one, because I'm wearing a very small sweater right now, and it's just like I can't wear it outside of the house because it's a little too small. But it's got like reindeers on it. Let's see.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah. It's a fun one, but
I'm sure I can find one. I've seen the stores. I haven't really like been looking for one, but
they've got some really funny ones now.
I guess we're spending not Christmas. I have no idea what we're doing for Christmas yet. But we're spending New Year's in Sosua, so up by Puerto Plata. We're gonna go party over there this year. Here we go. Let's see. North part of the island. And drive all the way back. It's like drive all the way. It's like 4 hours north, 4 hours west, 4 hours east from where we are to each side of the border.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like 4 hours. 4 hours east gets you to the end of the island. 4 hours north gets you to the top of the island. Then it's like 6 hours west to get to the border of Haiti and India.
Is it different terrain?
That's a whole circle.
What was that, Jared?
Is it different terrain going west? Why is it longer?
The roads suck.
Okay. That works.
That's ultimately the reason. The roads are just, there's not a toll road that you can take to bypass.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to go through all the little towns along the way.
Gotcha.
And then each little town has 4 foot high speed bumps. I'm exaggerating, but I mean these things like you got to go to 0 to get over this thing, otherwise your axle will be left with the speed bump. Entering the town, you hit it, and then exiting the town, you hit it. So that way they slow all the traffic down on the road before you come into it.
Well, there was at least something on Tesla there. That's that 5-minute candle. Came off of the session low.
Amazon's trying 229. Justin, it's in KC. I might look to buy one if I go to the store tomorrow. Or maybe my wife can get it. She's at the store now. But I'm going to watch 229 here real quick before I tell her that.
What are you watching, Peter? You look intently.
I'm actually trying to figure out if I should be risking a trade on one of a couple of things.
Gotcha.
Got the big red dot.
Big red dot.
And the volume spike. Let's see what we get now. Yeah, I got the big red dot on Atlas. That's what I was looking for. Let's see where the top of this thing can possibly go.
You mean on Amazon?
Yep. Oh, Amazon, sorry.
Yeah.
Big red dot at 229, so a lot of sell orders, got a volume spike, got the doji candle, we're back below 229. Let's see what we do.
Apple just made a strong move lower, or a weak move. You know, a move on volume.
See what we're gonna do. Pushing 229. Struggling again. Dots are still red, green, size. In sales, red, green, red. Orders at 229.05, but not very many. So go get them. What's the high on that one? 229.04, 229.04. We're going up to 229. Hit a new high. Not give me an entry yet. Where are we at with the 1 to 10? All right, we still got 13 minutes. I'm pretty content with that. Only concern is we got Thursday and Friday's high of day up here, all the way up to 229.20. So I'm worried that it might go up there. Never know.
There's really no preference for any price though, Mike. The orders are pretty lame.
Even.
How's our overall market looking?
Why does my chart have two different colors for the yesterday's high? It's because I'm on a travel computer and haven't updated my settings. Don't you hate when you do that?
Yeah. I usually just leave them for like 3 years and then look at them later and say, man, that's old. I wonder what I was doing back then. See that Tesla's but my super favorite. Yeah, it's good. It's paying the bills. Why am I focused on it? It's in play. No other reason. I mean, it is at interesting price ranges. They're all fairly unexplored. So I get to be the first one carving the flag every single price. Like, mine.
Mine. Give it
Every
to
time
me.
I take a partial, it's
mine.
my partial. Yeah, but other than that, no, it's not. I don't think Tesla's like abnormal right now. Abnormal might have been like a quantum stock today, which were pretty trend and imbalanced. Rocket Lab was decent. Took a while, but I didn't check Broadcom. But when I was scanning, I didn't really like what I saw. I had a lot of like balanced morning sessions with wide wicks, so those are typically one-offs where you have to kind of be catching near the low end and playing rebound, or you could short, obviously. Most of the semis were shortable in the morning, so. Yeah, I think if I wasn't as focused on Tesla, I probably would have tried Rocket Lab. Just given where it was, the major breakout signals pretty early in the morning. I think I would have tried something up there, and then success would have been if I can manage this pretty noisy hour after the first 30 minutes. I mean, it's like 1 30-minute push, an hour of compression, and then the final extension. Takes a while.
So I'm getting some volume now. There it goes.
So yeah, 15 minutes. You start your 30-minute session, you bounce for
Use the
15,
volume on Amazon.
and then the bids chase after the first 10. So
Thing didn't give me an opportunity to get it long on it.
Wow, that's a good little pop on Amazon.
Here comes the flush,
Pop, baby.
possibly.
Pop, baby, pop.
Yeah. I'm obviously looking for the flush. You know, I like the short trades. But
It held 229. That's why I tried it. Got
the
out.
candle- So go ahead.
Oh, I said I tried it as it lost 229. And then I got out as it popped above 229 again, right before the big spike. And now I'm just kind of looking at it.
The 5-minute candle right before the open hit 229.50 exactly. So
Yeah.
that's why I don't really want to go against that one until I see it either not be in play or get hit and fail.
Definitely it's got the volume though coming in on it. And now we're getting to the 1 to 10, so I'm not going to try to do anything till at least 1 to 10. Oh, did I lose everybody? Why does it sound so quiet all of a sudden? Oh,
I'm here. I can hear you.
oh, okay. There's Brian. I'm like, you gotta always, like, when you're on the road and stuff like that just drastically changes, you're like, crap, what did I do to break my connection?
Mhm.
I must be giving off ambient noise too because I turned my mic off and it was quiet.
Maybe that's what it was.
My computer fans are starting to get a little bit weaker. I have to see if I can clean.
I'll tell you, do you use that NVIDIA broadcast, Jared?
Mhm.
That thing's awesome. I love NVIDIA broadcasts. It works great on my travel computer because my fan goes and the mic's so close to it. It's really good at.
It just cancels all that noise out.
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't used
It
it.
only yeah, and it only kind of picks it up when you talk, right? Because then it gets the noise.
Yeah, it opens up the channel. Yeah. I might test it out for some of the upcoming videos.
Well, Mike, have you tried the translation headphones?
Wonderful.
Yeah, it works.
Absolutely wonderful. So, as long as you're close enough to the group conversation, it will
Right.
pick it up. If there's a lot of background noise, it kind of has a hard time distinguishing, right? But if everybody's talking in a group and only 1 or 2 people are talking, it will pick it up. I would say it does about a 75% translation of what is said, but it's enough that you know exactly what the conversation is, and you can engage in the conversation with them.
Huh.
It's pretty interesting.
Okay.
So your wife and her family can't talk about you and assume they don't.
Not
know
anymore.
Sam?
Not anymore. So it's Spanish, Spain Spanish. I should clarify. So it even says on there Spanish and then parentheses Spain. So.
Oh.
Yep, where the biblioteca is. But it works. It works awesome. And then if you want to say something to them, right, you just talk, and then it translates. You hand them the phone, and they're like, "Oh," and it will do all the words to include the the R-rated words as well.
Mm.
It's the iPhone Pro 3s, Sam. The new Apple AirPod Pro 3s, which is kind of confusing because they also have AirPod 4s, but AirPod 4s aren't Pro. So I don't know why they did that. Yeah, iPhone and iPods. They're game changer. And if the other side has it, then you can just talk to each other and it translates right in there. And there's no real big long delay either, which I thought there would be. Yes, Sam. Huge game changers. There, Amazon, now you're selling off, aren't you? With 2 minutes to the 1 to 10 when nobody wants to take you.
Hey, it's Monday. You might see a little bit more volatility today.
Kind of hoping for a spike up here at the 1 to 10.
I kind of wanted to see how the SPY was gonna close out today too. We did okay today on the gap up. It's not bad. I was expecting a little bit more upside.
Yeah, really kind of flatlining today on the Qs and the SPY. Even in NVIDIA's flatlining right around the VWAP.
Yeah, I guess the Qs are holding us back. Yeah.
Yeah, AMD is flatlining.
Qs are holding us back.
Qs. The Qs.
There's no life in the market.
Everybody's trading the Russell these days, trying to get that to break out, just like Tesla.
Well, there's my 1 to 10 alarm. So we got a minute to decide.
I like this 5-minute candle on Amazon. Spike up, come back down, maybe.
I don't know what I'll actually like today, frankly. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Apple's usually a good. Actually, Microsoft is. It's got the range. Nice big pop up. Well, not big. Oof, 50 cents is what I want on Microsoft. Here we go.
There's the spike up on Amazon.
PLTR's popping a bit. Interesting. PLTR's in the red today. Wow. Huh. Natural gas. Getting smoked.
Huh. Amazon's actually holding here on this spike compared to everything else that's now dropping.
Mm-hmm.
At 229.50 still scares me though.
Yeah, I think I think it failed to get there, and it's not going back. Come on, Amazon. Since you made me watch it, Mike.
Since I made you watch it,
Drag Peter's face, hand and fist, right to the screen. Look at it. Look at it.
Look at it. Go on. Come on. Here we go.
gotta lose this level. Come on.
I want 20 cents on it. Let's go. 229.17. Let's go. Amazon. Don't be disappointing, Amazon. Come on.
Holding that yesterday's high. Oh, come on, drop for Peter.
No, at least there's no risk at this point. I got in at the top of that candle, 229.37. That's why I said I wanted the just 20 cents. Come on. You're a penny away from stopping me out. There you go. Now go. Drop it like it's hot.
There it goes. There, go.
Come on. Come on. You can do it. Well, I might not have picked the best candidate here.
I don't know if there was a best candidate today.
Yeah.